babies looking for food, starvation, the recipe, people subdued. When the people you trust got it in for you. Deceit is the word of the day in every crew. Don't let it go, it's from the days of old. Time is up, but some still do not know. Can I make up my mind? Is it worth the dime? Do I have to take a minute just to make it mine? Life's never fair, but don't listen to the TV. Go out and take a listen to the streets with the people in the slums and the homeless bums with degrees and degrees sitting under a tree. It's not easy in the world for the poor man, the one that brought you to reality. See, they don't want you to know about the black sheep. Even 7 rows to the 12 families all around the globe with an ancient code. Is it really asking a lot to say a dead old? Cause we sitting on the earth looking back at extinct, and I'm standing on some ground that's about to sink. I ain't scared for a minute, I ain't about to blink, but I documented for the world what I see and think. Feel we on the call and I feel we on the brink. All Congress gonna do is waste paper and ink. Vote or die, you voted and you'll die. You can have it both ways, can't say it's a lie. You can march all you want, but they playing you wrong. They only understand war, it's the same old song. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep it low, so they manifest the war. All they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep it low, so they manifest the war. Like a lotus coming out of the mud with colors, I create envy in those with power but jealous. I unify the poor with my song, the hell with the others. Descended the way they treat indigenous brothers, cause I understand we link forever. They try to hate us even though that we keep it together. I'm not talking about controlling the air or the weather. I'm talking about maintaining the truth, the high endeavor. A rebel drops bombs in the midst of trouble. The free world counterattack and now there's double. But nature gets the shit in a way to settle. If you stop the machines for a minute, you might hear, but they won't, cause the TVs whisper in the ear. And capitalism has eyes that don't dare, and they cloud up and get crazy and won't stare. And like an ab, it's hard to get an ass to listen. Living like this is like living in prison. It's hard to keep hope when you're living in prison. The spiritual thoughts, so yes, the mental prison. The outside, yes, it's got to get through. Something's gotta die, so something here can live. Your life is nothing if you got nothing to give. Keeping the spiritual, yes, disguise is religion. Controlling your mind, the mental prison.
All they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big skull. Yep. So they manifest the war. All right, check it out. It is Tuesday, March 3rd, 0907 Central European Time. Tuesday the 3rd March, 0907 Central European Time. That makes it, what time does that make it? 3:07 Eastern Standard Time, USA. 12:07 on the Pacific, and Arizona time would be 1:07. What's up, everybody? I'm back at it again, and the news goes on. So listen, it's a lot of news, a lot of tragedy, a lot of it's sadly enough, tragedy is an activity, right now. It's no, there's always things going on in the U.S. and everywhere in the world. But it seems like when we're talking about administrations, this administration is just one big colossal tragedy, it is for, let's be honest, for Russia, for Putin's sake, it's a good situation. It's not a tragedy for the U.S. For China's sake, it's not really a tragedy. No, Trump only put 10% tariffs on them. And everybody else got 25, 50 tariffs, got threatened to be invaded and all kinds of shit. You would think China isn't provoking the U.S. at all. And indeed, China's not, because Trump is just by default giving China everything it needs. And it's the same with Putin. mystery, right? Same for Netanyahu. I mean, it really at this point, I put in the chat a poll, and I actually included colonialism as being one of the things people should check up on. You know what I'm saying? And really, because is it colonialism? I mean, is it the oil? Is it defense? Or is it colonialism? And so far, the poll has 33% oil, 67% colonialism. Yeah, because by default, you get the oil also when you do that. So, that's like a little surprise extra. An extra one for people that want to just call it what it is. Because, I mean, what else could you call this? You can't. I need to pull up a map right now, right? Actually, I need to pull up a map. But first, I want to go into the tragic shooting that happened in Austin, Texas. First, before into the other things, we got Hillary Clinton. We got, of course, the Iran war. What else do we have? We have what else do we got here? Oh, right. We got MAGA people turning on Trump, right? And yes, there is a possibility that Trump has cancer. And then there's the issue of maybe the election was rigged the last time around. But before we do all of that, I just want to zoom out. Let me pull the map up real quick so we can just kind of see when we're saying colonialism, what the heck it actually is. It's looking real bad right now. It's looking real bad, sadly. Where is this at? Come on now. Can I get a better map? Wait a second. What's happening? It's wanting me to choose. Okay, so you know what? For some reason, I've had this same problem the last 2 days. Finally, yeah. For some reason, it's been reacting slowly, my online map. But now I have it fixed, I believe. So let me come over to this and so you can see what I'm looking at. Yeah, this one right here. I mean, when I'm talking about colonialism, this is what I'm talking about. Basically, is it colonialism? Is it just the oil, or is it the whole damn region? Is it just the oil? Some people say Trump did it for oil. Yeah, okay, there's oil there, right? But China, think about this. China has already the rights, 100% of the rights to the oil. They're the ones getting the oil. And if you look at what happened in Venezuela, I don't know. Like, to me, it seems like it's more likely what's going on now. If I want to be conspiracy or say there's a conspiracy afoot, I would have to say, yeah, it's about colonialism. But, of course, because obviously if you can neuter and turn Iran into an ally of yours, right, magically, because Trump says so, then that pretty much changes the whole regional scenario, right? And obviously Saudi Arabia wouldn't want that. So would Trump do that? You see what I mean? You need Saudi Arabia's help in some way to do this thing with Israel, that Gaza, beach that they want to do. You see what I'm saying? So it's kind of a mixed bag. To me, I'm going to guess that no, this is not about oil in that way. I'm guessing this is about Trump's family getting to manage the oil, maybe, and the oil still going to China, but Trump's family getting a piece of it, something like that. Similar to Venezuela, you're not really owning it in a way, but you're kind of getting part, administrating. Seems like Trump wants private contracts. I guess that's the best way to say it, right? And that also works for colonialism also, right? And it also means China still gets what it wants out of it, and it doesn't have to apply any response. I mean, it may say something internationally in the news, but I'm talking about, promoting weapons on the ground in Afghanistan, Pakistan, supplying with weapons. I mean, if you think about this, don't you think China could have helped? I mean, you tell me, could China have China helped the Khomeini, right? Ayatollah Khomeini, could they have helped him hide a little bit better? Do they have the technology to do that? I mean, and think about Maduro. Did they help Maduro? Who helped Maduro hide? Did Russia help Maduro hide? It's almost like they gave him up, right? So, You tell me what you think this is. I know that's a mixed bag of a whole lot, but you tell me what you think about it, and and then we can get to the rest of this. Now, I'm gonna revisit that, but first I'm gonna start off here with this shooting that happened. As people are saying it's related to this. It's possibly a result, this quote unquote possible terror attack in the U.S. It's one man with a weapon and shoots up a lot of people. And it's actually a black man, a man of quote unquote African descent, maybe in color. I'm talking about in appearance. Maybe there's nothing in the brain that's African. Maybe there is. We don't know. But maybe there's nothing in the culture that's African. I don't know. I'm about to find out because I've been at work all night. So join me on my ride and let's see what we get into here. Let's go.
Our top story, the FBI is investigating a possible terror attack in Austin. A gunman killed 2 people, and then police shot and killed the suspect. Later, officials searched his home, finding an Iranian flag and pictures of Iranian leaders. Online records show the suspect once lived.
Okay, so that sounds pretty obvious.
Lived in San Antonio. Jason Allen is in Austin with the latest.
Where is it? Video shows people taking cover inside a bar as a gunman fired shots toward them from the window of an SUV. Then, police said he parked and got out with a rifle and started firing again. Within less than a minute, 3 police officers patrolling the busy entertainment district shot and killed the gunman. Paramedics immediately started trying to save the lives of the 19 people shot. 2 of them died. 3 more were in critical condition. Sources identified the shooter to CBS News as Ndiaga Diagne, a naturalized U.S. citizen originally from Senegal.
There were indicators that on the subject and in his vehicle that indicate potential nexus to terrorism.
The gunman was wearing a sweatshirt that said "Property of Allah" and had a Quran in his vehicle. Investigators searching his home north of Austin found an Iranian flag and pictures of Iranian leaders, according to officials close to the investigation.
This is what keeps the intelligence community up at night. Not people directly associated with terrorist groups, but people who become inspired because of things that are happening in the world.
Jason Allen.
As investigators work to understand what led to the attack.
Let me see here. So it's a man, they say, naturalized citizen from Senegal, right? Senegalese background. And they said they found some stuff about Iran. Right now, I don't trust the FBI on bullshit, on anything. Period. I don't, you know what I'm saying? And that's just, it is what it is. Trump doesn't trust the elections, right? He doesn't trust elections. Who does the elections? The government, right? He doesn't trust anything. Trump doesn't trust the deep state. He doesn't trust Obama. He didn't trust Biden. He thought Biden wasn't running the country. You know what I'm saying? He thought it was on auto pen. There's all kinds of conspiracies that are normal any day of the week for Trump, right? Against the U.S. government, targeting the U.S. government. So, I mean, could it be that now, for real, you shouldn't trust the FBI? You tell me.
Helping tonight, we're learning more about the...
Yo, 6 cents, exactly. Bits is back. Everybody, Bits is back. That Bits is back. Yeah, and she had a break, and I understand Bits 100%. Yo, everybody needs a break from the internet right about now. And even myself, I got to take a little break too. But yeah, it's good for you. Sometimes receiving all the information, it's a shock to your system, and people can feel it emotionally and things like that. And it, even myself, I can feel it because I feel myself, just tripping out on people sometimes. Like, really, I'm talking about generally dumbasses or people that have no respect anyway, or people that are very provocating. Sometimes I might get messages nobody else can see, and it's like, it makes me sometimes, But in any case, Bits, welcome back. Thank you. I'm glad you're okay. Let's see what else is going on with this tragic story here. Let's see.
Suspect in the shooting at an Austin bar and what was found at a home connected to him. We also have new video showing the moments police took him down. Orko Mana from our sister station in Austin has more, and we want to warn you, some of this video is graphic.
Gunshots are fired as Austin police shooting killed the West 6th Street shooting suspect early Sunday morning. He's on the left side of the screen in this cell phone video from a witness when police approach him from the right. Several shots are fired. We've frozen the video before the shooter goes down. Investigators say the suspect parked his SUV in front of Buford's bar just before 2 a.m., opening fire on patrons with a handgun. Police say he then drove down the street, parked again, and got out with a rifle, shooting more people.
Officers were coming toward him, and at the intersection, he was shot, and he was killed.
Austin police confirming the identity of the suspect as 53-year-old Jaga Janya. Multiple U.S. officials say he was originally from Senegal and became a naturalized U.S. citizen. The FBI now investigating the shooting as a potential act of terrorism.
There were indicators that on the subject and in his vehicle that indicate potential nexus to terrorism. Again, it's still too early to make a determination on that.
According to the Associated Press, a law enforcement official says the suspect was wearing a sweatshirt that said "Property of Allah" and a shirt with the Iranian flag. And sources tell CBS News the Quran was found in the gunman's vehicle.
You know, this almost, I mean, don't get me wrong, because terrorists can be like this. I'm assuming. I've never met one in my life. But, I mean, just judging by, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't judge. Maybe I shouldn't judge, but it almost reads like someone just placed all the evidence there. You know, here's the Quran in the car, in the house, we got the Iranian flag up. I mean, is that what terrorists do? Do terrorists do that? Is that their MO? I'm sorry, this just reads too weird. I don't trust it. Again, I don't trust it. It almost sounds like a script, but it could be real too.
He was shot and he was killed.
I mean, it could be that this is how terrorists are. They bring their Bible to the, isn't that what that is? But do right-wing Christian extremists, terrorists also, do they bring Bibles to the to the event? But they often have stuff in their homes. That is true. They often might have a Confederate flag, a KKK mask or something like that. I don't know, a David Duke book, you know what I'm saying? But I'm just curious, does it read to you all like just too convenient, or is this the real thing? Like, is it really that a naturalized Senegalese American ends up, committing a terrorist attack because of the attack that Trump and Netanyahu waged on Iran and the Ayatollah? And, yeah, exactly. You let me know what you think.
Austin police confirming the identity of the suspect as 53-year-old Jaga Janya. Multiple U.S. officials say he was originally from Senegal and became a naturalized U.S. citizen. The FBI now investigating the shooting as a potential act. I
mean, the FBI doesn't have a good track record right now also. I mean, I'm not just throwing this out there. It's because of many other things. The whole last year, the FBI, you know what I'm saying? Like, so, I mean, really, they don't help me not come up with these theories, They make them plausible.
That on the subject and in his vehicle that indicate potential nexus to terrorism. Again, it's still too early to make a determination on that.
According to the Associated Press, a law enforcement official says the suspect was wearing a sweatshirt that said "Property of Allah" and a shirt with the Iranian flag. And sources tell CBS News the Quran was found in the gunman's vehicle.
Now, what's going to be interesting is going to be to see how do they play this up. Do they play this up more than the young man that went to Trump's Mar-a-Lago with a shotgun to shoot his fucking ass the other day? Because that was just 2 days ago, right? I mean, and what did he say? He said it's a different kind of attack now. He's a Trump supporter, right? Voted for Trump, but he was mad that Trump is doing what these, has got the inflation up, right? That's what he was complaining about to his family and friends. He was mad about the Epstein files not being released. I guess Trump not releasing them, right? And the things that's been found in it, right? He was angry at that. And so he went down there with a shotgun. Like, it's going to be curious to see now, because that event has all those talking points that obviously go against a lot of Trump's theories, and you know what I'm saying? It seems like it'll be curious to see like if they pump this one up more than the other story, because the other story is a political story too. It's political violence, right? They may not want to call it that. It's going to be interesting to see if they call it terrorism, right? The young MAGA guy who shot up Trump's who tried to shoot up Trump's Mar-a-Lago. You know what I mean? He's dead. This guy's dead, presumably. Did he die? Let's find out. I'm not sure, but I'm just saying these are my initial thoughts because I'm just seeing this right now.
SWAT vehicles also surrounding a home tied to the suspect in Pflugerville, about 30 minutes away from the shooting scene. Officials telling CBS News that a search warrant uncovered an Iranian flag and pictures of Iranian leaders inside. The mass shooting in downtown Austin coming just one day after the U.S.-Israel attack on Iran. Texas Governor Greg Abbott saying in a statement, quote, "This act of violence will not define us, nor will it shake the resolve of Texans. To anyone who thinks about using the current conflict in the Middle East to threaten Texans or our critical infrastructure, understand this clearly. Texas will respond with decisive and overwhelming force to protect our state."
Well, what's interesting
is some breaking news. I want to bring this in now.
What's interesting is we do have two different separate shootings where we can kind of judge the FBI. We have a live opportunity to judge how the FBI handles either one. So we can see if there's going to be bias. We'll be able to watch it. There's never really been a moment like this before in history because now we have mobile phones everywhere. You get a lot more data in. The police, it's harder for the police to just lie and get away with it or not be seen as being liars. You see what I mean? It's hard to cover up investigations and not be seen as someone covering some shit up. Everything is out there today, and information spreads rapidly. So, but let's see.
Have some breaking news.
This is Fox News here. So, but hey, Fox News got a tax break, got Trump's tax break. So did CNN. So did all the big ones. They all got a tax break. So, and again, what kind of stories do they not do? I mean, I'm just saying, do they do stories on healthcare? Do they do comparative data on healthcare from the EU and the US? Do they do comparative data on, the economy, and from the EU and the US, how the difference between how people are living, the standard? Do they do those stories or do they just completely keep those stories out of the forefront? You tell me.
I want to bring this in now. I've been telling everybody about the Austin mass shooter, and now we have a picture. And this is what we're finding out. Per multiple federal law enforcement sources to our own Bill Maloogian, the Austin mass shooter is a 53-year-old.
What's that on his shirt? He had a... property of Allah. I'm just going to tell you something. My initial thoughts is if this guy, if he really is a terrorist that's a Muslim, right? It almost seems like he went out of his way to let people know that, no, in case you missed it, this is about I'm a Muslim. He's even got the T-shirt on, what's it? Maybe it's something that they tell terrorists to do. Like maybe he's getting paid. Maybe his family gets paid some money. Maybe this is about something, I don't know, but I'm just saying, damn, he didn't miss a beat with with letting people know what this is about. His promotion tactic is heavy.
U.S. citizen who was born in Senegal and was living in Pflugerville, Texas. Material recovered from his person and inside the vehicle give possible indications of a nexus to terrorism, as the FBI announced earlier today. And remember what...
Yeah, Pizza Guy Bits is back. Yeah.
What we said he had in his possession and was also wearing. The shooter was wearing clothing that said Allah on it. His sweater said property of Allah. And there's also known to be an undershirt with an Iranian flag and other material.
Come on! Next thing you're going to have a necklace with an Iranian flag on it, a bracelet with an Iranian, is a hat with what is this? I don't understand. I'm sorry, but something is, hey, but then again, look, let's not pretend like this is weird because, I mean, it does seem a little weird, but it's not like weird is not part of it. I mean, I'm not for terrorism. I'm not for indiscriminately killing people. I wasn't for the U.S. hitting that school or Israel, whoever did it. I'm not for that attack on Iran that way. I didn't like the regime. That's totally real. You know what I'm saying? And I don't like how they do things. I think they were very oppressive, of course. But killing, bombing a school, that has nothing to do with it. You could be successful without bombing the school. Also, targeting leaders. Is that okay? Is targeting leaders okay? Is that okay? Should you be doing that? I mean, is that what they're going to do now? There was no war declared. Iran, did they declare war on the U.S.? I mean, I don't know. It's not my choice. But I'm curious what people think. I'm curious what people think about this. But apparently, this guy, apparently he did this because of Iran specifically. What happened in Iran? Apparently,
materials inside. And remember what Representative Michael McCall of Texas just told me last hour. He said, Harris, in my own backyard, just last night, we had an event that possibly could have been terror-inspired right here in Austin, Texas. This is what he was talking about. Brett, I was reminding Americans this is not a new place for us to be in terms of keeping our heads on a swivel. But it bears repeating. We've lost Americans in the fight on the battlefield.
Yeah, I mean, look, of course. And we've lost Americans in the fight on the battlefield, in a battlefield that, they created themselves. You know what I'm saying? Like, they created the battlefield and people got killed. They got killed. They killed kids. They killed kids. I'm sorry, but they played a part of an operation that killed 100 children. This is what multiple media news outlets are saying. And the way Fox describes it, it's like it wasn't in Trump's hands. Trump and Netanyahu, these people that died are on Trump and Netanyahu's hands personally. I mean, this is their doing. This is their doing, and it's not about whether the regime in Iran was oppressive or not. I agree they were oppressive. I've had to watch the whole story my entire life. You know what I'm saying? But I do know this for sure. Trump, he canceled the agreement Obama made, right, which was about peace, right, which was about Iran not having nuclear weapons. They were following it, and Trump ripped it apart, and now Trump wants the same thing now. You see what I mean? So this could have been avoided, but it was politically motivated. Same thing with the pullout of Afghanistan, politically motivated. It's like Trump didn't do any preparation to even think about how he could pull the troops out. He just signs a deal with the other group that we were just fighting. I'm just saying that doesn't make sense right there. So it means Trump wanted it to be a calamity for the next president to have to take over. And there's going to be plenty of this. The next president, and this is where Congress comes in deep, because Congress and the Senate, the sitting congressional members and senators right now are responsible right now for how much trash the next president will have to clean up. Will the next president be able to help Americans who deserve health care have health care? Will the next president be able to help Americans that want to make a living wage, meaning what they get paid at their job allows them to have a roof over their head and food and shelter and possibly if the, child care and things like this for the children, just to be good parents, just to be good in the community you live in and work in? Is the next president going to be about that? Or is the next president not going to have time for all those things because all they're going to be able to do now is play defense and clean up all the trash that Trump will be creating? Can we do both? Are we good enough in the United States to do both? Yeah, but in any case, let's hear more about this. Yeah.
This is what he was talking about, Brett.
This is what he was talking about. And now she's going to be like, and our Marines are dead.
I was reminding Americans this is not a new place for us to be in terms of keeping our heads on a swivel. But it bears repeating, we've lost Americans in the fight on the battlefield.
6 soldiers so far. Six military personnel have been lost. Yeah.
Protecting the homeland now.
Protecting the homeland, motherfucker. They're not in the homeland. The homeland is not there. They're not in the homeland. We're not. Our military is not in its homeland. Do you know? Again, look at this. Yo, this is crazy. This is insane how she's talking about that. That is nutty. Look at this. Look at this. This is nutty. This is not the homeland. Look at that. Look at how she's talking about this shit. This is crazy. Let me just hear her say that one more time. The homeland.
Possibly could have been terror inspired right here in Austin, Texas. This is what he was talking about. Brett, I was reminding Americans this is not a new place for us to be in terms of keeping our heads on a swivel. But it bears repeating, we've lost Americans in the fight on the battlefield and protecting the homeland now. Protecting the homeland.
So what you see how they tie this together? You know, it's really strange. It's really strange how they tied it together. You know, it's pretty interesting. I mean, but it's manipulative. And but I guess that's Fox News. So what the heck?
There's also something that we must be on the alert. Now, authorities have not tied this Austin situation.
One thing you could be sure of, you could be definitely sure of, nothing that Trump is doing is for Iranian people. Like, you have to understand that. And this is not I don't agree with the Shah, Ayatollah's government. I don't believe I'm not, a happy person with that type. I believe that type of government. I believe they were oppressive, and you could see it. There are many Iranians for generations that have moved from Iran all over the world, and also ones that are there that are like, they're tired of this stuff, that it's not progressive enough for them, but at the same time, that doesn't make this right. The way it's being done and conducted, that just because this other, regime or this current regime is considered oppressive, right, doesn't mean what the response is better. You see what I mean? And that's really what we have to look at. Is the response better, or is the response more oppressive? You see what I mean? So, but yeah, let's see.
To what's happening in the Middle East as terror related to that, but they are investigating.
She's going to go on and on about this shit, but let's hear, just hearing her voice, knowing that she's, a Fox commentator kind of irritates me. But let's see what else there is.
I heard about a dozen, probably a few dozen shots ring out. Couldn't really even pinpoint where they were coming from. And honestly, we couldn't even comprehend that they were shots. There were probably 15, 20 people in this food truck, and no one was panicking, screaming, and running. People thought maybe it's fireworks, or maybe it's like a motorcycle.
Oh my God! Fuck!
I see cops running everywhere.
Oh my God! What is going on?
And at that point, I get my camera out to record what's going on. And then I capture the suspect walks towards Buford's with his gun pointed at the officers, and the officers fire back and neutralize the situation.
Yeah, well, don't try that. You know what I'm saying? It's unfortunate, and it's unfortunate, but these aren't the only things that happen. Though, again, that's really what I'm getting at. Like, I'm curious, how much coverage is this going to get versus the MAGA kid that went, to Trump's Mar-a-Lago with a shotgun, right? I'm just curious because, that will tell me a lot about where this is going. But in any case, I'm totally against this thing that's going on right now, this attack essentially on Iran, and I'm not justifying the actual
Copilot adoption.
I'm not justifying the actual the actual government's, way of doing things. But I mean, people, taxpayers and citizens, according to the Constitution, we're supposed to have the right to know what you go to war for. And, it just seems like all of this stuff is induced by Trump, the invasion of Venezuela, induced by Trump. They weren't threatening the United States of America, and they damn sure weren't calling for war against the United States of America. Their government wasn't. You know what I mean? So it's just, and then secondly, can we really be responsible for cleaning up so many things? Isn't this what MAGA ran on? We're not the only people in the region. The United States is not even in the fucking region. Look at this. The United States is not in this region. We're not, these aren't I'm sorry. I'm not saying that we shouldn't help people, but these are not our neighbors. These are not our neighbors. What's going to happen? What's going to happen because of this? There's going to be mass. If there's a war, and it appears that because of the politics, that it is going to get worse because of the politics. Just think about this. Do you really think China gets 100% of the oil? Do you really think China has a benefit in just saying, oh, well, you do whatever you want now. We don't need any oil, and you just walk in there and do whatever you want. Don't you think that's going to be pretty provocational to many different groups of people? Do you think, just because you saying that you support this other group, the people who want the Ayatollah gone, right? Fair enough. Let's say you support them, but does everyone else? Is that what this is about? Is it about, is it about democracy, or is it about who has the money and who has the oil, and what their philosophies are and what they're going to mean to their neighbors, once they get on their feet? Isn't this more about what it's going to mean to their neighbors when they get on their feet? Isn't that what this is more about? And who doesn't want Iran on their feet, like in the region? You see what I mean? There's a lot that could be done to simply negate anything coming good of this. You see what I mean? Just because of the way they went about it. They started a war. They said this has to happen right now. And so everyone else, if they respond, aren't they going to be like, we better get prepared right now to make sure we can support whoever we need on the ground. And we don't want it to be, of course, it's okay. We don't necessarily like this last regime, but we don't want it to be, we don't want Israel here, for example. We don't want the U.S. here, for example. What about that? What about all those individuals? What about Russia? Or is this just going to be a behind the scenes thing? Right? Or can they even control this? Can Russia and China and the United States, can they control this? Can they resolve this peacefully? In what way? Is it, so again, I'm saying I think it's just about money. I don't think it's about regime change, because I think the deal is that if they allow China to keep this oil, which they likely will, I'm just guessing, but it's my view that they likely will, because that's what, it doesn't seem like Trump is trying to rebuild nations, right? It seems like he's more likely to make a deal with China and allow China to invade Taiwan. To me, that seems more likely. Yeah, to me, that seems more likely. And, I'm just curious about, how that's going to play out. It's going to take some time. Yeah, it's going to take some time, right? But here's Taiwan right here. There it is. You see what I mean? And Trump has been talking about it, saying that he held back funding. He held back the military aid. There was military aid already allocated to Taiwan. He held it back. So, yeah. Well, in any case, let's just keep an eye on that and see how it goes.
Talking about that deadly mass shooting that's being investigated as a possible terror attack. Let's listen in.
Thank you, Mayor.
The last 4 hours have been some of the most challenging in my career. This has been difficult for our community, devastating to the impacted families, and challenging to our...
Pizza Guy says Netanyahu and Trump are white supremacists, and it was clearly about racism when they bombed the school. Yeah, it seems like that. I mean, I have to say I agree. You know, like I think there's a level of hatred, like ethnic hatred there. And, along with Trump, too, that's what I believe. Like, I think, sadly enough, peace may not be what this was about. I guess that's the easiest way for me to say it. And judging by how it's happening, it seems kind of like, I don't know, everything bad is happening. There's nothing. I mean, when you start off this way by killing 100 kids, when that's the beginning, and losing 6 of your own military, and this is not Israeli military either, and again, can the U.S. MAGA look? Trump ran on this. Trump ran on this idea alone. Is it something that we can solve? Is this our business to solve? Are we the best arbitrators of peace? Is this something we can really, be effective in handling? Is this our job? This is what MAGA ran on. This is what they literally were tired of. And here it is again. Just popping up on the screen like that. So, we gonna see, man.
Family.
Appreciate you, though, bro. Appreciate you.
I want to thank our federal partners, Special Agent in Charge, and the evidence response team with the FBI. APD could not do this alone. We are still in the early hours of this investigation. This is a complicated and large crime scene. Our priority is finding answers and the motives.
Yeah, Jazzy, ethno-nationalism on display. Yeah, exactly. And we can't pretend like this is not something that exists in this region. It does, and it's not only Jewish or Arab. There's a lot of other aspects to it also, between different groups vying for power, or that exist in the region. This is not the United States land. This is not our land. This is not the region of the world we live in. And but yet we're there, and we seem to not want. We don't, as a country, we don't seem to be able to agree on what our business is there. Is it our business to fight everyone's war in the Middle East? Is it our business to sell weapons there? I mean, does it really matter who has control? How much of the control do we need over the Middle East? And who is it for? Who's that control for? Is that control really just for the sake of Israeli surviving? Or what about some of the other groups of people that we support in the region also? I mean, in this immediate region, everything's up for grabs. In this immediate region, who else do we work with? Who are our allies? And what is our business there with them? Particularly, I mean, these are the things that come to my mind when I think about this. But this is in questions that you have to answer if you want to answer to MAGA. Like MAGA's initial ideas, which was return, stay out of foreign wars. That was their idea. So is that practical to be able to stay out of these foreign wars, or is it unpractical? Right now, Trump is doing exactly what he accused Biden of doing. That's exactly what he's doing. Republicans are, and I'm not saying Biden has done things this way per se, right? But although obviously Biden supported Israel, and he didn't, people criticize. I mean, even the Democratic Party's own the leaks from their report, which were obviously voluntary, but they say that they possibly, well, one of the main reasons why they didn't turn this election around. This is what they say, according to their analysts, is the issue over Israel and Palestine, that they lost some votes. I think that there's many reasons, but and I also think election interference is the primary one. However, you could see that obviously a lot of Palestinians voted for Trump. This is another thing to look at here, another element to examine. You know, I don't know what the percentages were. The last time I looked, it's close to half and half, right? And that's with a lot of groups. It's Latinos, it's close to half. Matter of fact, let me pull this up right now. It's no need to just go blindly on this, but let me just make sure I have this data correct. And then we could ask, how many Palestinian Americans voted for Trump in the last presidential elections? I'm curious about this. Let's see here. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, so yeah, because I don't want to be wrong, and this is such a delicate issue, you know what I'm saying? And also, I do have sympathy and empathy for Palestinians that lose their life every day. You know, this is it was already a bad situation. Trump has just turned it officially into flat out like genocide, or flat out, you know, he's made it worse. If it was a way to make it worse, Trump made it worse. Now the whole thing is like giving away Gaza. What could be more horrible, you know? But this is how fast it's moved and transformed from what it used to be to now. So here it says key data points. While specific Palestinian counts are unavailable, the broader Arab and Muslim American data, of which Palestinian Americans are a core part of, tells the story. National Muslim vote, according to the exit polls by the Council on American Islam Relations, CAIR, approximately 21% of Muslim voters supported Donald Trump. For comparison, Green Party candidate Jill Stein received about 53% and Kamala received about 20%. So, you know, again, so you know, now Michigan State is a different story. This is just available data, right? I'm more curious in the Palestinian one, but the Muslim one is interesting too, because this is a Muslim region of the world, you know, largely, not only, but largely, right? This is what they call the Muslim world in any case. So it says Michigan shift, Dearborn, Michigan, which has the highest concentration of Arab Americans in the U.S. Trump won roughly 42% of the vote, up to 30% in 2020. In Hamtramck, a majority Muslim city, his support jumped from 13% to 43%. Yo, these people, 43% of them in Michigan, pretty much in that region. What does it say right here? Michigan, Dearborn, right? In Dearborn, okay. Yep, exactly. 43%. But it's, you know, it's just a data point. This is what you get for that 43. That 43% got you this. This is what you got, Trump. You know, I mean, this is what it is. And you got his language, and you got Netanyahu's language, and you got their actions. You know, it is what it is. I mean, it's important to go back to this vote, because this didn't just happen on its own, you know, and definitely both parties are not the same. Okay, both parties are not the same. Kamala Harris is not the same as Trump. They're nothing alike. And I know there's a lot of people that like to pretend like that's the case. But of course, that's like saying, you know, Oreo cookies and chocolate chip cookies are the same. They're not. They're cookies, yeah, but damn, you know what I'm saying? In any case, let me see here. Let's go back to I see the chat, you guys. Let me see what y'all talking about. Pixin. Yeah, this is something else, man. This is something else. Oh, let me see. Who else is in there? Patriarchy be patriarching. Yeah, that's for real. And that's exactly what they were up to. You know, that's exactly what they did. All right, let's see. Let's go back to this now. See what else
behind this crime. I want to thank everyone that has supported our communities and this response. Families will need this in the days ahead. I also want to thank victim services that have come in addition to APD's victim services. That includes FBI, the Travis County District Attorney, and multiple calls of people wanting to help.
Oh, let me see. Yo, Pizza Guy. Okay, Pizza Guy says, let me flip back over here. Pizza Guy says it looks like someone It looks like tomorrow is the big day. Do you think Jasmine Crockett can win the primary tomorrow for the? Yeah, that's today too. It's today in the in the EU. Yeah, we're going to go over that. It's today in the EU. I think she can win, man. I think she can win the primary. I think it could be an upset for her, but the dynamics are going to be tricky. But let's talk about that in a second. You're right, though. Jasmine Crockett can win the primary tomorrow for the senator of Texas. She should. If Texas people have a sense of fairness, they will do that. It's nothing against her, opponent in the Democratic Party. But I believe she's better. I believe she's better, to be honest. She got an advantage over him, I believe, in terms of her record, right, and her performance. But I think maybe Texas is not ready to stand up for, to shut shit down when it happens. Like, to see a woman get her job to be targeted by Trump, the best friend of Epstein, right, once best friend of Epstein, the person who has a bunch of people saying he molested them and sex trafficked them when he was kids, girls and boys. That person targeted Jasmine Crockett and ordered the governor to gerrymander the state to get her out of that office, to get her to lose her seat. And this is what they're up against. So if they have any sense of fairness, they will do that. If they want the black community to understand that racism is very real today, then they will not support Jasmine Crockett. That's my view of it. And I think that's important, because you can't just let a wrong like that happen and not undo it. That's not cool. And again, people are going to. Now, I don't always say racism is the most important element, because I understand there's a lot of forms of discrimination. She's a woman too. Think about that. She is a woman. So Trump, the guy who is said to have attacked and murdered kids, boys and girls, targets her, a woman, and gets her to lose her seat. That's not cool. That's bad too. So sure, if you don't give a shit about what it looks like to black people, do you give a shit about what it should look like to women? Like, it's up to you. It's up to you, it's up to you, but I think it's horrible. So, and of course it's going to be bad timing. There will be some people that will say, but her opponent, what's his name? Tariachi or something like that. Tarucci, whatever her opponent is. They're going to be saying, but is that fair to him? Well, man, yeah, I think it's fair, because men done had their chance. And talk about patriarchy be patriarching. Talk about that, bits. That's some patriarchy be patriarching. And he can claim like he's not a part of it, or claim like, nah, man. Sometimes, Talarico. Sometimes you got to stand and say, you know what? She is the better person right now. And she was done wrong. And I think she will be an excellent senator, and I throw my support behind her. Sometimes that's what it takes to fix two wrongs. Sometimes that's what it takes to fix two wrongs. And I'm not saying shit is fair. Nah, it's never been fair. Was it ever fair when anyone stands up against someone else? Is it always fair to the person that got to stand up for somebody else? Is that fair? Come on. No, inherently, no, it's not fair. People shouldn't even be put in a position where they have to lose something to stand up for right. That's what's so foul in the first place. But it's up to Texans now. It's up to Texans. By the way, I'm an American citizen, born and raised in Washington, D.C. Both sides of my family goes back to the colonial period in America, right? And but as a grown-ass man, I live in Copenhagen, Denmark. So the prime minister here is a woman. You see what I mean? So my kids see the leader of the country is a woman. My daughter sees the leader of the country as a woman. My son sees the leader of the country as a woman. Americans don't see that. Americans never have seen that in their entire life. There's no American that's ever existed that has ever seen that in the history of the country. Not one woman, not one man, not one girl, not one boy has ever seen a woman be the president of the United States. So it's clear the United States has problems here. And Texas is one of those compasses for the United States of America. Like, we're going to find out what Texans think. That's for sure. But if you have a heart, you will stand against injustice. So if you have a heart, you know, I think it's smarter to do that.
I cannot imagine the grief, pain, and loss these families are feeling today, and my heart is with them. Savitha, Sean, and Ryder Harrington. To the impacted families that are still waiting for answers, we are here for you. A family resource center is being stood up, as we know numerous people have been affected by this, and we are daily, hourly getting calls of people that have been victimized by this.
Yeah, you can't do right, but you can't do right by doing a wrong. You can't fix a wrong by doing a wrong. Doing a wrong doesn't fix a wrong. Like, so, you know, this guy, I'm totally against what he did, and you know, because doing wrong is not necessary, man. You're only fucking up the image of your religion, of Islam. If he did this for religious reasons, he's only fucking up the image of Muslims. This is not necessary to do. You don't change people's hearts and minds by doing this. You're only feeding into the problem. You see what I mean? And you know, I just really it's sad because he's targeting innocent people, because and it's just like these children that were killed in this school. You know, this is also bad. It's just as bad. You see what I mean? Now, of course, the U.S. is going to claim that they didn't target a school. It was an accident. But when the world doesn't believe you anymore, and you got a lying ass president, when you got a president that has lied 3,000 something fucking times in his first presidency on TV, 3,000 times on TV. They just stopped counting Trump. They don't even want to know how many times he lies. This time, he's gotten comfortable with lying. The world has gotten comfortable hearing him lie. His base has gotten comfortable hearing him lie. And the Republicans and the Supreme Court and everyone functions on Trump's lies. They make exception. They move around his lie just to not confront his lie and try to catch up on the other side somewhere where they, you know, it's like everyone's kissing the liar's ass. So I don't believe for 1 second that was an accident. I believe that was somebody, maybe not everyone involved did it on purpose, but somebody in the chain knew. That's what I believe. So
the department will be releasing information soon on what that looks like.
Yeah, but in any case, it goes on. But now back over to the Middle East and see the trouble that's going on there. This guy had to go out and shoot some people. Man, you're wrong, man, and you didn't help anybody by doing that. You hurting Muslims when you do that. You know, you're hurting Muslims when you do that. Just like Netanyahu is hurting Jews. You know, a lot of Jews are tired of Netanyahu, and it's, you know, he gives talk about trying to fight anti-Semitism. Netanyahu doesn't give you a reason. It's like he's fucking it up, you know. Yeah. And anyway, he's making it more complex. You know,
here with the breaking news, the U.S. military operation in Iran. The Pentagon now confirming 6 American troops have been killed after Iran attacked a tactical operations center in Kuwait. And tonight, the dramatic images coming in an F-15 American fighter jet seen falling from the sky with 3 hit by friendly fire over Kuwait. Struck by Kuwait.
How does a plane fall out of the sky like that, being struck by something?
Defense systems, all 6 crew members ejecting safely. 15 American confirming 6 American troops have been killed after Iran attacked a tactical operations center in Kuwait. And tonight, the dramatic images coming in an F-15 American fighter jet seen falling from the sky, one of 3 hit by friendly fire over Kuwait.
I'm sorry, that doesn't look like it got hit. That, I mean, I'm not an expert at all, but that doesn't look like the plane goes down like that. From fire at all, friendly or not. That looks like somebody has hacked the goddamn you know, the ship. I don't know anything about it. Hijacked the plane, like got into its computer system, like, and turned the engine off. That's what that looks like, you know, power outage. And they do have weapons that can do things, or, you know, theoretically that can do things like that. And also, if you remember, let me just pull this up. Let me ask a question here real quick. If you remember a couple years ago and when Biden was in office, they lost a few of these F-35s, right? So let me see. The plane that was shot by friendly fire over Iran, or is it over Iran? Was it the same type of plane that fell into the sea twice during Biden's term? I'm curious. I believe I saw something like that during Biden's term too in some it says no, they were not the same type of plane. While they both belong to the Boeing 737 family. No. This is not a no. I'm talking about F-35. That's okay. No wonder. Maybe it is. Maybe they are F. Hold on. Let me see if that's the case. There was 2 planes, fighter planes, that were that fell off of the U.S. Okay, while there's been a majority friendly fire involving jets near Iran this week, it did not involve a 35. Okay, so this is not a F-35. What type of plane is this then? Okay, yeah, there were two F-35 incidents that fell into the water, and I don't believe they ever found those planes. That's true. Now, and it's not the only time. I think there's a few of those that have happened, and people have speculated that you can reverse engineer them now. But let me see. So what type of plane? What type of plane is this? So what type? Let me see. A plane. Let me see here. That definitely looks strange, though, in either case. Let me see. Yo, it was a F-15. This okay, so that's right. Okay, they do look a little different. So let's pull it back. That's a F-15.
We begin tonight here with the breaking news: the U.S. military operation in Iran. The Pentagon now confirming 6 American troops have been killed after Iran attacked a tactical operations center in Kuwait. And tonight, the dramatic images coming in: an F-15 American fighter jet seen falling from the sky, one of 3 hit by friendly fire over Kuwait, struck by Kuwaiti defense systems. All 6 crew members ejecting safely. U.S. Central Command releasing new images tonight saying B-1 bombers struck deep inside Iran.
I mean, they say it was shot by Kuwaiti defense systems. Let me just see.
15 American fighter jet seen falling from the sky, one of 3 hit by friendly fire over Kuwait, struck by Kuwaiti defense systems. All 6 crew members ejecting safely.
Okay, well, these aren't the 6 members that died. So
U.S. Central Command releasing new images tonight saying B-1 bombers struck deep inside Iran, targeting the regime's ballistic missile capabilities. Explosions rocking Tehran for a 3rd day now. Black smoke seen rising from buildings. More than 1,200 targets reportedly hit in 48 hours. Iran tonight expanding its retaliation. An oil facility in Saudi Arabia among the new targets. At least 11 countries have now been pulled into this war. Late today, Secretary of State Marco Rubio briefing lawmakers.
11 countries? What?
More than 1,200 targets reportedly hit in 48 hours. Iran tonight expanding its retaliation. An oil facility in Saudi Arabia among the new targets. At least 11 countries have now been pulled into this war. Late today, Secretary of State Marco.
Are they saying Iran targeted 11 countries?
Rubio briefing lawmakers, offering a new explanation in front of the cameras about why the U.S. struck Iran when it did. President Trump making his first public comments from the White House today, saying he's not ruling out American troops on the ground in Iran if necessary. ABC's chief foreign correspondent Ian Penn.
Yo, again, people voted for this shit. People voted for this shit. And don't you dare. I'm sorry. But listen, you knew You knew that Trump was a gangster and Trump was a thug, and you celebrated it. You celebrated it. And but you had the only way this man could be president a second time is if people gave excuses and made just nothing but excuses for his misogyny. I mean, this man openly attacked women, verbally on a norm, on a norm. He said it's easy. You just grab him by he said that on a bus privately but that comes out. I mean, you know who this man is and you made excuses for it. And now he's doing exactly the opposite of what you voted for. And I was right. He gave you one thing. The one thing he gave you to get you to go along with the rest of this shit was that one little carrot. And the carrot was kick out the immigrants. And you were able to say, fuck your health care. Fuck it. Stay in foreign wars overseas too. Fuck the inflation. Forget the Biden inflation. We don't need it better anymore. As long as we get you to kick out some immigrants, we cool with whatever you do, Trump. That's exactly what they're getting to. That's exactly what they're getting. A total betrayal.
Panel leading us off from the region again tonight.
Tonight, the U.S. death toll rising as the war against Iran escalates. The Pentagon now confirming 6 American service members have been killed after an Iranian attack on a tactical operations center in Kuwait. At least 18 more service members have been seriously wounded in this operation.
Yo, Melissa, yeah, it looked like it. It looked like it got turned off. It just fell out of the sky. That doesn't look like something when you crash because you've been hit. I mean, what kind of hit is that? But in any case, I'm not an expert on that. I'm not an expert, but there's going to be more news about that in the next coming days.
After an Iranian attack on a tactical operations center in Kuwait, at least 18 more service members have been seriously wounded in this operation, as the US now says it's sending more forces into the region. President Trump saying he's not ruling out US forces on the ground. And of the operation, he says the biggest wave is coming soon. In his initial words after the attack, the president talking about regime change, but during his first public comments at the White House today, offering this rationale for attacking Iran.
An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat to the Middle East, but also to the American people. Our country itself would be under threat.
And late today, Secretary of State Marco Rubio and the evolving message, now saying Israel was about to attack Iran and that the US attacked to defend itself from Iran's potential retaliation.
There absolutely was an imminent threat, and the imminent threat was that we knew that if Iran was attacked, and we believed they would be attacked, that they would immediately come after us. And we were not going to sit there and absorb a blow before we responded. Obviously, we were aware of Israeli intentions and understood what that would mean for us. Was that we knew that if Iran was attacked, and we believed they would be attacked, that they would immediately come after us. And we were not going to sit there and absorb a blow before we responded. Obviously, we were aware of Israeli immediately come after us. That if Iran was attacked, and the imminent threat was that we knew that if Iran was attacked, and we believed they would be attacked, that they would immediately come after us. And we were not going to sit there and absorb a blow before we responded. Obviously, was that we knew that if Iran was attacked, and we believed they would be attacked, that they would immediately come after us. And we were not going to sit there and absorb a blow before we responded. Obviously, we were aware of Israeli intentions and understood what that would mean for us.
The president warning the
Is Mark Rubio fucking self-snitching? Is that what he's doing? Is he self-snitching, man? What the fuck? What the fuck? This dude has a real fucking way with words, man. He just snitched, man. Listen, Mark Rubio, if you think what Israel is doing is going to put you in danger, America in danger, and our troops in danger, you're supposed to tell them not to do it, damn it. What the fuck? What the fuck? This dude just snitched on the whole administration. Marco Rubio is trying to sink. He's trying to get Trump out of there. People not listening, man. People not listening to him.
It's about to attack Iran.
Listen to this shit. This is crazy.
Our country itself would be under threat.
And late today, Secretary of State Marco Rubio and the evolving message, now saying Israel was about to attack Iran and that the U.S. attacked to defend itself from Iran's potential retaliation.
There absolutely was an imminent threat, and the imminent threat was that we knew that if Iran was attacked, and we believed they would be attacked, that they would immediately come after us. And we were not going to sit.
We knew that Israel was going to attack, and we knew that if Israel attacked, Iran was going to immediately come after us. And we're not going to just take that. What the fuck? What is he talking about? Oh, I'm sorry, but they are the Congress, the Senate. Are you all listening to this? Are you listening? Are you listening to what Mark Rubio just said?
Attack Iran and that
I mean, don't worry about us little people. We little people, we know in America, in the U.S., we don't matter anyway. We know that. Look at how arrogant these billionaires are. So we know we don't matter, right? But listen to this shit. I mean, can you dodge this bullet? Can you dodge this bullet?
Rubio and the evolving message, now saying Israel was about to attack Iran and that the U.S. attacked to defend itself from Iran's potential retaliation.
There absolutely was an imminent threat, and the imminent threat was that we knew that if Iran was attacked, and we believed they would be attacked, that they would immediately come after us. And we were not going to sit there and absorb a blow before we responded. Obviously,
MAGA, are you listening, MAGA? MAGA, Trump supporters, are you listening to this rationale? Are y'all listening to this rationale? This is pathetic. World, I know the world is listening. The world is listening. Everybody else heard Mark Rubio and shit. But guess who's not listening? Trump supporters aren't listening. The Senate is not listening. The Congress is not listening at all. But everybody else heard what he just said. The little people of America heard it too, you know. The ones that aren't totally fucked up in the head.
From
Listen
Iran's
to this.
potential retaliation.
Our country itself would be under threat.
And late today, Secretary of State Marco Rubio and the evolving message, now saying Israel was about to attack Iran and that the U.S. attacked to defend itself from Iran's potential retaliation.
there absolutely was an imminent threat, and the imminent threat was that we knew that if Iran was attacked, and we believed they would be attacked, that they would immediately come after us. And we were not going to sit there and absorb a blow before we responded. Obviously, we were aware of Israeli intentions and understood what that would mean for us.
The president.
Trump just said, let's listen. In any case, let's say Marco Rubio is right. Then what does that mean? Is that really what happened? Or is it is there an alternative situation that happened?
Initial words after the attack, the president talking about regime change. But during his
regime change
first public comments at the White House today, offering this rationale for attacking Iran.
An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat to the Middle East, but also to the American people. Our country itself would be under threat.
And late today, Secretary of State Marco.
He said that if Kamala Harris was elected president, there would be never-ending wars. The U.S. will be involved in war, period. Right? That's what he said.
Rubio and the evolving message, now saying Israel was about to attack Iran and that the U.S. attacked to defend itself from Iran's potential retaliation.
There absolutely was an imminent threat, and the imminent threat was that we knew that if Iran was attacked, and we believed they would be attacked, that they would immediately come after us. And we were not going to sit there and absorb a blow before we responded. Obviously, we were aware.
So why didn't the U.S. just attack Iran? Why didn't they just attack first? Why is it that's not actually what they claim? They claim Israel shot the first blow in the war, right? And then they entered into it. Let me see here. Let me just review this real quick. Who did the USA or Israel strike Iran first? Let's just be really clear about this, because this is, of course, it's a sensitive topic and people are dead. People are dying. People are getting shot up. Schools got shot up. Yeah, it's just a hot mess. Some American service members are dead. 6 of them are dead. According to current reports, March 26, the United States and Israel struck first. right now. Let me see here. The opening strike, approximately 9:45 Tehran U.S. time. The U.S. and Israel launched a daylight surprise attack. So they launched together. They launched together. And listen to what he says, though. Listen to what Mark Rubio says.
Potential retaliation.
There absolutely was an imminent threat, and the imminent threat was that we knew that if Iran was attacked, and we believed they would be attacked, that they would immediately come after us.
So right. So those are the two bits of information. So they struck at the same time instead. So they mutually attacked Iran, right? But the justification for the U.S. being involved in this is because they knew Israel was going to attack. And they thought that if Israel attacked, then Iran would attack the U.S., right? And then, so why wait for that attack, right, when you can just attack them? But think about this. Their attack hasn't stopped Iran from shooting weapons, from shooting missiles and rockets. So you attack them to what? I mean, what was the point? You haven't stopped them. That's crazy. This rationale it doesn't matter which way you look at it. It doesn't make sense. It just says that we wanted to attack them because we considered we're different from the Biden administration. The Biden administration wouldn't just outright attack them or back up Israel if they just did that, right? Right? Because they've already claimed to go after a nuclear site already. You see what I mean? They already changed Obama's nuclear deal with Iran. So all the circumstances have changed. You see what I mean? So it just,
And late today.
So yeah.
Secretary
Self-imposed war. 6 American soldiers dead. Because we had to have it. We had to do it. We had to do it first. They're terrorists, but we had to do it first.
State Marco Rubio and the evolving message, now saying Israel was about to attack Iran and that the U.S. attacked to defend itself from Iran's potential retaliation.
There absolutely was an imminent threat, and the imminent threat was that we knew that if Iran was attacked, and we believed they would be attacked, that they would immediately come after us. And we were not going to sit there and absorb a blow before we responded. Obviously, we were aware of Israeli intentions and understood what that would mean for us.
The president warning the U.S. military operation could last several weeks, but signaling it could go even longer.
Whatever the time is, it's okay. Whatever it takes, we will always...
Hear that, Trump supporters? Whatever the time is, it's okay. Doesn't matter.
And we have, right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that.
You hear what he just said? From the beginning, we projected. What did he? So what are they? So this is a plan that they already had created, basically.
The time is, it's okay. Whatever it takes, we will always. And we have, right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that.
Video posted online showing just how dangerous that mission is. A U.S. warplane on fire, spiraling out of control. One of 3 U.S. F-15 fighter jets shot down over Kuwait by friendly fire. The pilots safely ejecting.
You're safe.
All 6 survived. And tonight, the Pentagon releasing a detailed timeline of how the attack unfolded. At 3:38 Eastern, Friday afternoon, President Trump giving the green light while on a visit to Texas.
The president directed, and I quote, "Operation Epic Fury is approved. No aborts. Good luck," close quote.
The Pentagon saying the U.S. first knocked out Iran's defense and radar systems, crippling their ability to see, communicate, and respond. Then at 1:15 Eastern Saturday morning, 9:45 a.m. Tehran time, the US and Israel launching major combat operations. A first wave of more than 100 warplanes sweeping in, bombing targets.
This was a daylight strike based on a trigger event conducted by the Israeli Defense Forces, enabled by the U.S. intelligence community.
That trigger event, sources say, was based on CIA and Israeli intelligence. When officials learned Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Khamenei was above ground in his office meeting with top officials Saturday morning, the timing of the attack was moved up. The CIA had been tracking the Ayatollah for months, down to his daily routine. The White House releasing images of President Trump monitoring the attack in real time from Mar-a-Lago. The president today saying the Ayatollah was having breakfast at the time of the attack and thought he was safe because it was broad daylight. Trump says 49 leaders were killed in the strike, the Ayatollah's wife reportedly among the dead.
Yo, I mean, now there's the U.S. Embassy, right, being attacked in Pakistan. Yeah, I don't know how many civilians have been killed in that. I don't believe any Americans have been killed or military, but I believe the military has killed a few people attacking the embassy. Yeah, but this is what's going on. I mean, and the first thing that pops in my mind when I think about the embassy and all of this is I think about all the attacks, you know, that Trump spent a lot of time blaming Hillary Clinton for what happened in Benghazi, right? He spent a lot of time blaming Obama for what happened in Libya, right? Essentially, didn't he? Didn't he do that? And I'm not saying you couldn't criticize that. A lot of people criticize that, not just Trump supporters, but you know, or Trump. But isn't this similar? Isn't this like just this? I mean, Trump accuses Obama of being what, or Hillary Clinton of being what? Careless, stupid, not knowing what they're doing when they're doing something. Well, look at what's going on right now. I mean, they killed the Ayatollah. So do you agree with what happened with Gaddafi or not? So Trump flip-flops every second of the day. I don't agree. I didn't agree with what happened with Gaddafi. I don't agree with what happened here. I don't agree with either one of them. And it has nothing to do with me thinking that they're saints. I know Gaddafi. I mean, I believe Gaddafi's not a saint. I believe he's a power-hungry dude. Straight up. Yeah, that's what I believe. Does that give us the right to go in and kill him? No. Like, you see what I'm saying? And I don't think that was good at all. I think that backfired on the United States of America. I think that backfired on Africa and the regions. I think it backfired on Southern Europe. You see a lot of refugees and people fleeing this circumstance every day. You see what I'm saying? And then on the other side, there's consequences. And it's the same thing for this war. Look, where do you think these people are going to go? Like, where do you think these people are going to go whenever there's a war in this area? Where do you think they will go? You know? Where do you think they will go? Who's their closest neighbor? You know? Who's their closest neighbor? I mean, you know, yeah. Do you think they're going to go this way to Mongolia and China? Do you think that's what they'll do? Will they go to Pakistan? Will they go to where would they go? Where would they go? Would they go to India? Do Indians want these people? When the people from this region all have to flee, right, from Tehran, who's going to let them in? You know, who's going to let them in? And I haven't heard one story about the people fleeing yet. And you know there's got to be people fleeing, especially when you hear Trump say the things that he's saying, like straight up.
The US striking more than 1,200 targets in the first 48 hours. Explosions ripping through neighborhoods in Tehran. B-2 stealth bombers dropping 2,000-pound bombs on underground facilities. The strikes targeting Iranian ballistic missile capabilities, their missile launchers, fighter jets. Multiple Iranian Navy ships attacked, sinking into the water. Iran's Revolutionary Guard headquarters destroyed. US B-1 long-range bombers taking off in the darkness, striking missile systems deep inside Iran. Iran unleashing a deadly barrage of missile and drone attacks on US bases and countries in the region. Retaliation for the supreme leader's assassination. Iran says hundreds have been killed in US-Israeli attacks, that a school and a hospital have been hit. Qatar now saying it shot down 2 Iranian bombers. The first report of Iran sending warplanes into Qatar's airspace, an ominous sign this war is widening. Tonight, Secretary Pete Hegseth addressing concerns the US might get dragged into another protracted war in the Middle East.
We didn't start this war, but under President Trump...
We didn't start this war. They just admitted to starting it. Everything Trump said, it's like, what is he talking about? So you didn't start the war because you're in I mean, he's saying we didn't start this war, but you were in the middle of negotiations. And then you struck them. And listen, I'm going to tell you straight up. What it sounds like to me is it sounds like Trump is getting suckered by Netanyahu. Like, to be honest, it sounds like Netanyahu played Trump because Trump was aware already in advance, right, that there was going to be some sort of action, right? And, but of course, why wouldn't the U.S.'s position be we don't want to be in a protracted war? So let us know exactly what you're doing, and then you okay what's happening, right? But then when you listen to Trump, Trump says he already thought he's thinking about putting troops on the ground. You see that? So I'm sorry. It sounds like they're doing some covering up. It sounds to me like Pete Hegseth is the fool for Netanyahu. And, I don't even believe I'm saying this, to be honest, because I usually don't go down this line of thinking at all. You know what I'm saying? I usually don't give Netanyahu that much credit. But one thing I will give him credit for is being more smarter than Trump. You know what I'm saying? And we also have to ask, who else is behind it, these billionaires? How did they stand to make money? Who around Trump stands to make money off of this, right? To me, it seems like those are like some questions. When I look at Pete Hegseth here, him and Trump look like people and behave like people that can be easily manipulated. You see what I'm saying? Like really, Trump, his whole regime is like that. He has a lot of morons, and he uses those morons well, and he keeps a leash on those morons. And those morons, as soon as he pulls their leash a little bit, they straighten up again, But in any case, I'm just curious. It seems to me like this is the perfect example of a billionaire war. Just billionaires making money, don't care about American troops, don't care about American citizens, and also don't care about the enemy either, quote unquote enemy.
We are finishing it. This is not Iraq. This is not endless.
David, the president.
This is not Iraq. This is not endless. All right.
Warning there could be more casualties in an operation that looks like it's going to go on far longer than initially predicted. David.
That evacuation of Afghanistan went real well,
Ian Panel leading us off here again tonight.
Yeah, so let me see here. Then Lawrence, what did Lawrence say about this? Let's see here. I'm getting to the Hillary Clinton stuff. I just want to see what Lawrence says real quick. He had a couple of points that I caught. Let's see here. Boom. Come on, Lawrence. Here we go.
Third day of his war against Iran, speaking in the majestic East Room of the White House, Donald Trump reminded the world of what is most important.
I just saw somebody in the chat say, isn't that what the Democrats said? Trump supporters cannot look in the mirror for 1 second and say, I voted for this guy and he's doing the opposite of what I voted for him to do. They can't really do that. So they always say, isn't that what the Democrats did when Biden was in office? Okay.
To him.
We have a lot of great service members here with us too in this beautiful building. Isn't it beautiful? We're adding on to the building a little bit. We're improving the building. See that nice drape? When that comes down right now, you see.
What?
We have a lot of great.
What?
And so, on the third day of his war against
what the fuck
Iran,
is he talking about?
In the majestic East Room of the White House, Donald Trump reminded the world of what is most important to him.
We have a lot of great service members here with us too in this beautiful building. Isn't it beautiful? We're adding on to the building a little bit. We're improving the building. See that nice drape? When that comes down right now, you see a very, very deep hole. But in about a year and a half from now, you're going to see a very, very beautiful building. And there's your entrance to it right there. In fact, it looks so nice, I think I'll save money on the doors because it can't get more beautiful than that. I picked those drapes in my first term.
Oh, no. Chosen. No, you didn't hear it. Trump said it out of his own mouth. That was in his first response to what was going on. He said, they asked him, are you considering putting boots on the ground? And he said, yeah. He doesn't have anything against putting boots on the ground, So, you missed that. We just played that about 15 minutes ago. So
I always like gold. but I think we can save a lot of money. I just saved curtains, but and it'll be spectacular. It'll be the most beautiful ballroom. I believe it because I built many a ballroom. I believe it's going to be the most beautiful
people dead.
ballroom.
People are dead, and Trump is just so impressed by his building and his decorating skills.
Anywhere in the world.
The only president in history who, in the third day of a war, is talking to the world about drapes that he chose.
Yeah, this is the MAGA president. You know,
illegally.
The MAGA president is all impressed with his building skills, his renovation skills, his decorating skills, and look, a lot of MAGA people are about to get kicked out of their homes because of this man's economy. And this, he doesn't connect with anyone suffering at all, not even his own supporters. Period.
Is talking to the world about drapes that he chose.
And he's not impeached. He's not impeached yet. Congress and the Senate, they still don't think it's bad enough yet. They're thinking, no, it's not really that bad. The American people could take more, right? They're living a good life. The Congress and the Senate really think Americans have it just fine right now.
When Donald Trump illegally launched his war, he said this.
We may have casualties. That often happens in war.
And today, Donald Trump's defense secretary said this.
As the president warned, an effort of this scope will include casualties. War is hell, and always will be.
The defense secretary also said today that there are, quote, these are his words.
I mean, they got no problem forcing this war on Iran and American soldiers dying. They got no problem with that. They force, I mean, usually it's supposed to be the opposite way. Like, you do everything you can to avoid it, right? To avoid war, especially avoid casualties. What has this administration done? What has this military done to avoid casualties? You know, in the first place, it seems like they just like, don't you know, it's not good to go to war unless you have to. There was no imminent threat. There was no imminent threat, and they went to war, attacking Iran. There was no imminent threat.
No stupid rules of engagement. And that means the American military under Donald Trump will be operating under the same no rules of engagement used by Adolf Hitler's forces in World War II against Americans. When Donald Trump was speaking lovingly about
let me see. Chosen Bean said, I voted for Trump, but the only thing he has done correctly was securing the border. Everything else has pissed me off. I hear you, man. And I actually agree with that assessment. You know, closing the border, although I think the way they describe it is doesn't do American people justice. Like, you know, it's not like the border was exactly just open, you know, but they wanted to describe it that way because, yes, there were still asylum seekers coming, basically, right? And refugees, people crossing the border without filing the papers, you know, and then also the policy of giving people temporary protective status, right? So they turned that into the border is open, right? So, but in any case, I agree pretty much with that assessment. Like, that's the only thing Trump has done without making it a mockery. You know, he's been able to close the border. Fair enough. That wasn't a big scene. He hasn't, you know, really damaged people's lives by doing that, right? Totally. Not in that way. But this thing about ICE running around grabbing people, it's like, man, you're terrorizing American citizens over this shit. You know what I mean? And it's like, how are you terrorizing American citizens? You know, like, what's up with that? You know, you can't just go around doing things like that. And so I think there's a difference. The border is one thing. ICE is another thing, you know. But if you mean that you like ICE, then I don't agree with that. But the border, I don't think it's the single thing. I don't think it was the ugliest thing Trump did. And if he was able to it's not even totally shut down. I mean, come on, all the drugs is coming right into the country anyway. You know what I'm saying? So how much that is, but what I mean is that shutting the border down wasn't the most harmful thing unless you put ICE inside of it, and then it becomes one of the most harmful things, you know. But it's not the only harmful thing Trump has done. He's done a litany of terrible things, you know. Dastardly deeds, you know, deeds with bad intention, you know, not good cause, you know, not wanting to do something good, but wanting to hurt people, you know. That's not good.
The publicly announced death toll of American military personnel in Donald Trump's war.
But at least are you still going to vote for Trump the next time? Who do you support now? I mean, let me see here. Chosen Bean, what do you think about Congress, Chosen Bean? Tell me what you think about Congress. And by the way, you know, you see everybody, you can call in now. At the top of the screen is the Discord link. You just click on that link and you can, Discord will try to load on your phone. You have to approve it, of course, and then you can hop up. This is the direct link to my program, so if you want to get on the panel, just click that link. But let me rock some more.
And later today, after Donald Trump was talking about his love of his drapes, that number was raised to 6, and Donald Trump has not said a word about those lost lives since that number moved up to 6 today. Donald Trump and his Secretary of Defense have both repeatedly referred to what they are doing in Iran as a war, which neither of them seem to understand as a way of emphasizing just how unconstitutional and illegal it is. Writing in Politico, Ankush Kadori, a former federal prosecutor, says, in fact, the U.S. attack on
Don
Iran
Paper, I see
multiple legal lines, both domestically and internationally. The U.S. Constitution gives Congress the power to declare war, not the president. The Trump administration's war also cannot be squared with the War Powers Resolution of 1973, which allows the president to initiate hostilities abroad only when there has been 1, a declaration of war, 2, specific statutory authorization, or 3, a national emergency created by attack upon the United States, its territories or possessions, or its armed forces. Trump did not even attempt to argue that any of these conditions had been met. As for the killing of Khamenei, that also appears to have been...
You know, again, Congress and the Senate have not impeached this man. And he's not... Look, you can go and make a law. They're talking about they want to do pass a new law where they reinforce this idea that the president has to come to Congress to declare war, this kind of thing. But the reality is that Trump doesn't follow congressional law. He doesn't follow constitutional law. He doesn't. When it's passed in the Congress and the Senate and he signs it, he doesn't follow it. So who is going to enforce Trump? That becomes the real question. Who's going to enforce him? And the only enforcement tool that exists today is impeachment. Trump does not follow the rules. And if you think he's going to follow the rules and you pretend like he's following the rules, then you are a fraud. You are basically lying to American people. The man, this has been the whole argument. How does the executive branch have to follow the rules, and who enforces the rules? That was their whole argument when he broke the law. Before, like, no, but the president can do this. He's the head of the Justice Department, and it's up to him how if they don't prosecute it, then they don't prosecute it. Right. So his regime, everyone knows that they don't plan on following rules. That's just how it goes. The Epstein Act, right, to release the Epstein files. Did he follow the rules? No. Is it being enforced? No, because it's supposed to be enforced by the executive branch. So, what you gonna do? Pass another law? You can miss me with that. That's some bullshit. That is some bull. Sure, pass a law, but start by passing one that gets rid of this motherfucker. Start by doing that. Impeach first. Do the impeachment first. Do the other laws after. Okay.
Legal under international law, which generally prohibits killing heads of state.
Exactly. International law. This man killed a head of state, and he admitted to how he did it and why he did it. And Marco Rubio snitched on him and said, this is how he did it. It was a plan. And the Israelis were going to strike. That means they had a plan on where he lived. Somebody had to have a plan on where the Ayatollah lived and was sleeping. And as you heard in the reporting, they did. They knew he was eating breakfast. And then they admitted to killing the man. I mean, what's up with this? This is not an impeachable offense. This is not impeachable. So you don't even want to help you don't even want to help somebody stay the fuck out of jail. You don't want to help the next president know what the rules are. You don't even want to let the next president know you can't do that or you could end up in jail, right? You see what I'm saying? You won't be able to travel the world anymore. You won't be able to travel. And listen, they had to have thought of this. I mean, Trump knows he's going to die soon. Did you know that people suspect he has cancer? Yeah, seriously, they do now. They suspect he has cancer and it's spreading. And yeah, whatever the fuck it is he has a big rash on his neck now. It's not just his hands. And you know, obviously it seems to me like he doesn't plan on living long. So no punishment. This international court won't matter anyway. Trump is dying. He's dead. Going to be dead soon. Then that means the other people will skate, right? He will give them preemptive pardons and the other people will escape. But then again, they can't be charged with ordering the attack if they didn't order it. If Trump is the one who ordered it, only the people who ordered it can be held responsible, right? And only the people who facilitated it can be held responsible, right? So, I mean, yeah, to me, it sounds like that's not everybody in his administration, you know, so they won't all be worried by that. Like Kash Patel, for example, wouldn't be worried. Pam Bondi wouldn't be worried. You see what I mean? They might be worried about other stuff, but they're not worried about that. But you could see what is this jackass Keg Breath? He might be worried. A general might be worried that whoever's overseeing those operations there, and Trump might be worried about that, the murder of that leader of the Ayatollah, you know?
After a closed-door briefing by Donald Trump's Secretary of State and Secretary of Defense, Senator Mark Warner, the top Democrat in the Senate Intelligence Committee, said this.
Said what? Oh, shit. Hold on. What happened there? All right. Commercial time. All right. Here we go.
There was no imminent threat to the United States of America by the Iranians.
Nope.
There was a threat to Israel.
What? Was there? Was there a threat to Israel? Why is it always this preemptive threat? This is a threat to. Let me just look this up. I'm not picking on Israel, and it's not. I usually rarely talk about Israel, to be honest, right? But let me see. How many times have the attacks Israel have made on Iran been said to be to preempt? No, to stop nukes. To stop nukes. I'm just curious how many times they say that. Because stopping nukes is not a preemptive, you know, also that's not preemptive. Let me see here. Period. All right, from let's see here. 2010, first major joint U.S.-Israeli operation to physically sabotage the Natanz enrichment facility. Right. So 2010 to 2012, assassination wave, a series of targeted killings of 5 top nuclear scientists, including Majid Shariari, to decapitate nuclear leadership. April 2024. Let me see here. The Isfahan radar strike, a retaliatory strike following Iran's missile barrage. Okay, so that doesn't count. Now, there's going to be people that say that also the October 7th and that attack was facilitated by Iran. Okay, I understand that. Maybe people want to respond if that's the case. But when I listen to his words right now,
no imminent threat to the United States of America by the Iranians.
Okay, now let me see here.
There was a threat to Israel.
He said it was a threat to Israel, but an imminent threat? Was there an imminent threat to Israel this last that provoked Israel to launch airstrikes against Iran? Let me see. I'm just curious about that. It's important to get the details right. So let me see. It says, while Israel has cited nuclear threat as a general justification for strikes, the current massive military campaign, Operation Epic Fury and Operation Rising Lion, was provoked by a specific set of imminent threats threats claimed by Israel and American intelligence over the last week. Okay, so it's a secret. The threats are a secret. Okay, I don't know. The immediate imminent threat, February, March time, right? This period, the overlap, 2026, according to the official statements from the IDF and the White House on February 28th, 2026, the strikes were launched due to a specific immediate triggers. Zero breakout intelligence. Okay, so intelligence reports indicate that Israel was preparing to move its highest enriched uranium, or Iran, I'm sorry. Intelligence report indicated that Iran was preparing to move its highly enriched uranium from the Fordow facility to a secret immune underground site. Sounds like yellow cake. Prime Minister Netanyahu stated that March 2nd that if action weren't taken now, no action could be taken in the future because the program will become invulnerable to airstrikes. Failed February negotiations direct and inject talks between the U.S. and Iran. Early February collapsed following this U.S. claimed Iran began aggressive maneuvers and expanded its ballistic missile production, with President Trump's described as imminent threat to core national security. Okay, the strategic context. So far, it doesn't sound like an imminent threat. I mean, to me, it doesn't sound like it. Because look, at the end of the day, someone has to take responsibility for firing the first bullet. That is where the real act has to be drawn at. To hypothesize on what someone else is going to do and how long it's going to take them to do it, you can't read anyone else's mind. And unless you have any specific like audio recordings, something to back all of that up, it just sounds like, whatever. You choose to believe if you like.
Equate a threat to Israel as the equivalent of an imminent threat to the United States, then we are in uncharted territory.
Right. Okay. So he's saying that's uncharted territory, though. He's saying that doesn't make it right. Like, just because it's an imminent threat to Israel doesn't make it United States business. That's what it sounds like he just said to me. So, am I hearing that right?
There was no imminent threat to the United States of America by the Iranians. There was a threat to Israel. But if we equate a threat to Israel as the equivalent of an imminent threat to the United States, then we are in uncharted territory.
This being Donald Trump's war, of course, Donald Trump has changed the possible time frame of his war from days to months. The fact that Donald Trump is a proven pathological liar, combined with the fact that he is demonstrably incompetent, makes it very unlikely that Donald Trump tonight has any idea at all how long his war will last or what it might accomplish. Donald Trump has given a variety of reasons for launching his war, including regime change, but Donald Trump is calling on the Iranian people to deliver regime change for him.
I mean, I'm looking at the chat and I see some comments there about Israel. Let me see. ATW Absurd says it always just gets worse. Service is mandatory in Israel. Regular civilians are just Yeah, sad. And that's another perspective, to think about. It's like when we saw this last assault on Gaza, you could say, which Netanyahu claims. I mean, I'm only saying he claims it, not to disavow it or anything, but he claims that that's why they were, firing and assaulting Gaza, essentially trying to root out the people behind that attack, right, in October. But having said that, a lot of Israeli soldiers, they didn't seem that happy about the assault, and that kind of came out in the media. So yeah, that's another part of being in a country where you have mandatory enlistment, and your country is involved in war constantly. I mean, that does become a question. And if you don't agree with the politic of the ruling class, that's also another added dynamic to it. You see what I mean? So yeah, there you go. Right. Oh wow, who did that? What was that, Bits? Eric, what's up, man? I appreciate that, man. Everybody, thanks to Eric, for the memberships. Check this out, though. It just seems to me like there's a lot to this story, and it would be interesting to hear more from the Israeli conscripts and Israeli people, not just Netanyahu, about this. Hey, listen, if you don't like Iran, I want to know also, too. I don't have an issue with that. That's not so much my problem, right? But my main issue is just how do you, justify actions, and what do you consider justified actions versus non-justified actions? Because if there's going to be some sort of peace, it has to be based on some kind of common ground. You know what I mean? Reaching some kind of common ground. So, yeah. So I would like to hear more about that. But let me see here. Let's hear some more from Lawrence. I'm almost done here. We're going to shift over to Hillary in about 5 minutes.
To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or in the alternative, face certain death.
Would you trust Trump? Would you trust Trump? Would you just put your gun down and be like, yeah, Trump is known to speak the truth. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I'm going to put my gun down and turn myself in. You know what I mean?
So lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total.
Fairly. Remember ICE? All they're going to do is think about ICE and be like, we're going to be treated fairly.
Total immunity, or you will face certain death.
How about lay down your arms and face certain death? Lay down their arms to whom?
Nero said 2000 and Nero said 2006 million Shiites are not happy. Yeah, it's true. And they are across the world. So be prepared for this summer. Stay vigilant. I mean, my thoughts about it is that, whatever the reaction is, it shouldn't be to kill like innocent people. Don't kill people indiscriminately. Don't react. Don't do that. And also don't attack the countries where there's, I mean, for example, why should I have to walk down the street and worry when I don't even agree with Trump's ass? I didn't vote for Trump. You see what I'm saying? So when you kill people indiscriminately, you're killing people also that didn't vote for Trump, that don't agree with this. So you see what I'm saying? So I just think that is what the main problem is right there. Like, don't fall for the okie doke. Don't become what you claim to hate. You see what I mean? And so, again, I don't agree with the regime. I think the regime was oppressive in Iran, but I don't agree with how the United States and Israel have dealt with this problem. There's a difference there, and there's a real distinction. It's not a phony little thin line. It's a real distinction. And yeah, so I think it's very important to not kill people indiscriminately as a response to what Trump has done, because then you will lose support from the people that are actually against Trump. You see what I mean? His actions, and people that are actually against Netanyahu's actions, people do speak out. You see? So you don't want to just go around killing people indiscriminately, man. That's not going to be a good solution at all. Because what's going to happen in Western countries is that right now, a lot of Western people do not agree with Trump. And if you do things like show them that you're willing to kill people indiscriminately, that will change their views, you know, and that's what I mean. So, you know, Trump does need to stop, but just deal with these people. Deal with these people right here. Who is your threat? You know, deal with that. Whoever your perceived threat is. But yeah. But I know it's just bullshit what I'm saying. To be honest, I'm just saying it because, you know, some of these things have been set in stone. And there's a lot of other aspects of it. Like the moment you have a president say regime change, it sends a signal out to every other country in the region, every other power player that power is up for grabs. And so it's just, you know, whatever I'm saying, you know, I think it's all up to the people, how they react to this that determines the outcome. Yeah. So we're going to see. There are a lot of Shiites, and I understand they are upset about this. And I just say, you know, don't let people use your religion. Don't let people with money, you know, use religion, Shiite or Sunni or whoever, or Jew, you know, or Israeli or Jewish. Don't let billionaires use your ethnicity as cover for criminal acts that are capitalistic in nature. You see what I mean? Like, don't just, you know, don't fall for this Shiite this. It shouldn't be Shiites being pissed off. It should be everyone, you know, that wants there to be some kind of rule of law. Everyone that wants there to be some kind of norms should be pissed off about this. But, you know, it shouldn't just be, the focus shouldn't just be put on Shiites, because it ain't just Shiites that don't like this. You see what I mean? There's a lot of people from different backgrounds that don't like this. So, you know, I don't think they would help killing anybody. If that's what your suggestion, Nero, I don't think that would help them. And I don't think they're necessarily going to do that either. You know what I'm saying? I'm not sure what they're going to do, but I hope they don't. I hope they don't fall for the okie doke, because somebody like Trump always benefits when that's the case, you know, sadly.
Soldier puts his rifle on the ground. Who's going to pick it up? Would it be picked up by one of the millions of opponents of the regime who would then immediately use that weapon to shoot and kill that?
Nah, Nero, you know, Nero says you need to learn about what the Torah says about people. No, it's not really that, man. I mean, maybe people should learn that. Maybe they should, you know, but I don't think it's that simple, because listen, a lot of organized religion says some bad things about people. So that hasn't stopped anything so far. If things change just because people read a religion and heard something bad in it and was like, oh, I ain't following this shit because it said this about this. Nah, that's not how it generally works. People generally are born into religions, and a lot of them pick the religion that they're born into, even if the book says something bad about other people. They still stick with it and try to justify what it says. You just see what I mean? That's what likely happens all the time. You know what I'm saying? From all religions. So I don't think it's a question of whether the religion is flawed. I think it's a question of, you know, we don't adhere to religion in international law. You know, the U.S. doesn't adhere to the Bible. That's not the law. Even anyone who wants to worship the Bible or worship any religion, you still have to follow the head law, the main law of the land. You see what I mean? Regardless of what your religion says. Anyway, but yeah, I appreciate that comment in any case, man. Welcome to have you aboard, man, Nero. No worries.
Who put it down? Trump told the Iranian military, you will be treated fairly with total immunity. Treated fairly by whom? With total immunity granted by whom? There is not a person in Iran, in the military, or an opponent of the military, who can take a word of what Donald Trump said seriously. And then there is this.
Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is...
Yo, I think I got Chosen Bean up here.
Giving
Chosen Bean, you there?
You what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass.
In this series, we dive into the ways
Trump says,
Onshape is
do not let it pass. Hold on, let me see if I can get Chosen Bean up here. I see Chosen Bean in the back chat. Yo, Chosen Bean, can you hear me? Try to answer this. I'm calling now. Oh, did this? What the hell is this? Oh, I see. I got to add as a friend first. Okay, there we go. Now let me see. Yeah, did you see my request, Chosen Bean? It's not. Yeah, you got to accept my request. I think. Invite to server, right? Boom. Let me see if you're in the server now. You should be there. Okay, let me let this play, and then I will get Chosen Bean up here.
Imagine, if you will, any one of Donald Trump's brave sons or daughters, or Donald Trump himself, living in Iran tonight, not yet killed by a bomb. Is that what Donald Trump Jr. would do? Run out there and, quote, take over your government? Is that what 19-year-old Barron Trump would do? Quote, seize control of your destiny? Would Barron Trump's mother let him go out into the streets of Iran and seize control of his destiny? She won't even let him enlist in the American military and serve in his father's war. So not only is Donald Trump telling people to do something that he and no one in his family would ever do, he is leaving the entire burden of his war on the people he is bombing tonight. To wait until Donald Trump is finished bombing them and then take over your government. It will be yours to take. We have been in this delusion before.
There's another way for the bloodshed to stop, and that is for the Iraqi military and the Iraqi people to take matters into their own hands and force Saddam Hussein, the dictator, to step aside and then comply with the United Nations resolutions and rejoin the family of peace-loving nations.
That did not happen. And when that president finished bombing Iraq, Saddam Hussein remained in power until that president's son became president and said this when he launched his war against Saddam Hussein in Iraq.
We come to Iraq with respect for its citizens, for their great civilization, and for the religious faiths they practice. We have no ambition in Iraq except to remove a threat and restore control of that country to its own people.
This is exactly what Trump just said. This is exactly what Trump just said. And how did that shit turn out? And you know, it's so funny because Trump, you know, they constantly put out this forked tongue message. One of his subordinates says it's not going to be like Iraq. They throw that out there. This won't be long. We won't be in there long. And then Trump makes a public statement that sounds exactly like what the last person he criticized said. So Trump likes to criticize people in the past for doing things, Bush, Obama, and then he goes and does the same. But even, the same absurd thing that you're supposed to learn from the past. But Trump, he acts like he learns from the past and then repeats it on purpose himself. It's crazy.
Republican presidents
Let me hear that one more time. That was eerie.
His war against Saddam Hussein in Iraq.
We come to Iraq with respect for its citizens, for their great civilization, and for the religious faiths they practice. We have no ambition in Iraq except to remove a threat and restore control of that country to its own people.
Yo, peace, Bits.
Republican presidents launching war.
Yeah, peace to you, Bits. No doubt. Everybody, yeah, that was great. So now we know. I actually decided to try to reach out to Bits and let her know that people were wondering about her and people were asking about her and stuff, and everybody hoped she was okay. And actually, it turns out she was just taking a break, But Bits was really, really happy to hear that people, thought about her and cared enough. You know what I mean? Like, so for real, Bits, people love you, So so I appreciate you so much, also myself, and so don't go away for so long, or at least stop in from time to time. Yeah, no doubt. Let me see here. Watching Iran bomb live brought back memories of me being homesick as a kid and seeing Desert Storm announce. Yeah, shaking my head with the Devil Doll. Damn, I said Devil Doll. Yeah, exactly. Listening to what's his name's speech here, it's the same. Of course, Trump has no class. At least little Bush pretended to care about having some class. I mean, he at least acted like he cared about having some class, but Trump has zero class. So, but if you listen to the context of what they say, it is totally comparable. So why should we believe the outcomes would be different when this is exactly how it started the last time? It started just like this. Israeli intelligence, right? Isn't that what they say? Yellow cake? Let me see something here. Well, let me just look this up. Okay, what intelligence did the USA use in taking out Saddam? Yeah, let me see here. Saddam Hussein. Right. Yeah, let's see here. I'm just curious what it says. I'm gonna play some more, Lawrence, and then go into that 2 seconds. Here we go.
We come to Iraq with respect for its citizens, for their great civilization, and for the religious faiths they practice. We have no ambition in Iraq except to remove a threat and restore control of that country to its own people.
Republican presidents launching wars never fail to pledge their friendship to the people they are bombing.
The oppressed people of Afghanistan will know the generosity of America and our allies. As we strike military targets, we will also drop food, medicine, and supplies to the starving and suffering men and women and children of Afghanistan. The United States of America is a friend to the Afghan people.
Tonight, the people of Cuba.
Listen, so what it says here about some of the commonalities here. Look, in both 2003 invasion of Iraq and the current March 2026 strikes against Iran, Israeli intelligence played a central yet controversial role. The level of involvement ranges from full partnership in Iraq failure to taking the lead in the current offensive against Tehran. Involvement in 2003, Iraq intelligence failures. Israel intelligence was not just a spectator, it was a full partner in the WMD claims that led to the war. So Israel also claimed Iran had yellow cake based on their own intelligence separate from the U.S. The worst case mirroring Israeli agencies Amman and Mossad provided assessments that mirrored and often reinforced the flawed American and British claims. Like the U.S., Israel operated under groupthink, assuming Saddam was hiding weapons simply because he was a one-dimensional villain. Active lobbying. I mean, this is the same thing. That it's Iran and nukes. Iran has nukes. Iran has nukes. I mean, it's never going to end. They have nukes. They have nukes. Active lobbying. In August 2002, Ariel Sharon's government urged the Bush administration not to delay the strike. Right. Look, let me. You need to see what I'm reading right here. So, right. So here it is. So, active lobbying. In 2002, Ariel Sharon's government urged the Bush administration to not delay the strike, with intelligence officials alarming reports on Iraq's chemicals and biological capabilities. Right. Yeah. There it is. Newstatesman.com. Right. But I'm going to check that out in a second. What's the other one? Right. This is The Guardian. The 45-minute myth, which is another one. After the war, prominent Israeli MK Yossi Sarid admitted it was known in Israel intelligence circles that the claim Saddam could launch WMDs in 45 minutes was an old wives' tale. In other words, a lie. But Israel chose not to correct the U.S. so as not to spoil the scenario for the regime change. That's from The Guardian. Yeah, so that gives you an idea. But in any case, let's go on now. Let's continue.
Should probably be planning where they will hide from the bombs when American friendship comes their way.
That's deep, yo. That is deep. I mean, isn't that crazy? Just the intelligence. What do y'all think about that? I mean, that doesn't lend credibility, right? That doesn't lend credibility to what's going on. I mean, just hearing about the old intelligence, shams. Basically, let me see here, Angela. When and how will pedophile and trash Trump be removed from power along with this corrupt trash regime? Yeah. I mean, how long do you think the American people can hold on? You know, how long do you think it can work? You know, for the average American, you know, how many do you think it's 2 months, 3 months? I mean, how long do we have? It's 8 months until. Is it 8 months? 7 months until the November elections. How bad do you think it's going to get? You know, and that's assuming that the newly elected people will impeach Trump. That's assuming you get a supermajority in the House and in the Senate, enough people to vote to impeach this dude. You know, seriously, enough people to select representatives in the Congress and in the Senate that will impeach. Enough. Yeah. Otherwise, the nightmare is not. There's no poison pill to this nightmare. There's nothing that says it's going to end in November. It might continue in November if people don't vote, and if people don't put their foot down and put pressure on their elected officials that are there now, and the ones that they are the ones that they're out there canvassing for now. If you're voting for somebody that's not talking about impeaching Trump, what the hell is wrong with you at this point? I don't know what to say, man.
General David Petraeus, former head of U.S. Central Command, which covers the Middle East region. He's also served as CIA director under President Obama. General Petraeus, appreciate you being with us. A senior U.S. official told CNN Jim Sciutto that American forces are preparing for what they described as a major uptick in strikes on Iran over the next 24 hours. This next phase is going to focus heavily on destroying missiles.
Don't forget to fill out the poll. The poll currently says the question is this attack on Iran about oil or defense? 36% of the people in the chat say oil, 29% say defense, and 35% say Netanyahu, Trump, colonialism. So these are close numbers. But if you add oil and Netanyahu and Trump, colonialism, that's kind of like the same thing in a way. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. But in any case, if you're in the chat and you haven't filled this out, let me know what you think.
Production.
Also, if you want to hop up, you can hop up right now in Discord. So click the link. The link is at the top. It's pinned to the top of the chat. All you got to do is click on the Discord link. It's right here. You can see that, right? Yeah, and then Discord will load on your phone, and you'll be right over in my server, and I can call you or you can call me. So let's see.
And unmanned aerial vehicles, naval capability. President Trump, Secretary Rubio both previously said that the biggest U.S. strikes are yet to come. What do you expect to see in the coming hours? And how do you assess what we have seen over the last 3 days in the region?
Well, what we've seen is just extraordinary numbers of strikes with extraordinary effects. The elimination and the killing of the supreme leader is a truly extraordinary achievement, and a number of the other leadership figures also going after headquarters and so forth. But I think the focus now, Anderson, is on the retaliatory capabilities. Not that they haven't been doing this already, but they're seeing what the effects are, in particular of the Shahed drones. It's not a good exchange to shoot a Patriot missile costing a couple $1 million for a $20,000 drone. You and I have actually seen what Shahed drones did in Ukraine until they dramatically improved their defenses against them.
Yeah, we got to look at the stock market. You know, the initial jump didn't kick in yet. I believe with oil it did, but with things like gold and defense, I saw defense shoot up a little bit, but I don't think it kicked in yet. Matter of fact, I think I'm going to take a look at it right now while I watch this. Yeah, but the U.S. markets aren't open today. But generally, sometimes it just got over the weekend. So sometimes it could take a couple of days before the effect kicks in from whatever policy shit is happening. So, but it should be soon. It should be soon.
And that's a larger threat than in the past of that category. So I'm sure they'll be focusing on the drone storage locations, the drone launch sites. In addition, as you noted, going after the missile stockpiles, the missile launchers, which have already been reportedly reduced very substantially, but also the missile construction facilities in this case as well. They've been going after the naval capability, and that's, of course, to preclude them blocking the Strait of Hormuz, although shipping has already been reduced there quite considerably with the attack of a couple of ships just outside the strait. So I think, again, the focus is to make sure that the missile math continues to work out. And that is, how many missiles do they have and launchers? And now also, how many Shahed drones do they have? Because I think it's the Shahed drones that have actually killed our soldiers. Versus how many interceptors of all different types do we have. And I'm sure there's a good bit of effort, very short term, going on to focus all of the assets that are capable for as comprehensive a defense against the Shahed drones as can be developed in the near term.
Is it clear to you what the objective is in terms of the United States? And obviously the objective is going to, the methods are going to determine what the objective ultimately accomplishes.
Well, there are a number of objectives. Keep in mind that the military is given a set of missions. A mission consists of a task and a purpose. Attack the missile launchers, assets, the construction, in order to prevent the missile threat to degrade it very considerably. The same, again, about all of these different efforts, including, of course, degrading further or destroying any residual nuclear capability, is a very considerable objective of this. And with the International Atomic Energy Agency announcing just before the operation began that there may be some stockpile of 60% enriched uranium buried underneath the Esfahan facility, I would suspect that at some point they're going to go back and drill down through that and make sure that that is never accessible. But the real one, of course, is what about attacking the regime leaders, the regime itself? And here I think the military mission does not have a purpose for which that task is being conducted of bringing about regime change. I think this has been redefined a bit or clarified a bit in the recent 24 or 36 hours, where it would be to set conditions for the possible overthrow of the regime. But of course, that's going to rely on some developments that I'm not sure are the base case right now. That would need to require an opposition that would all of a sudden have a lot of guys with a lot of guns and a willingness to use them against very substantial regime forces. Let's keep in mind that if you total up all of the regime forces, the Revolutionary Guards Corps, the besieged militia, the National Police, the Ministry of Intelligence, the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines. You're talking about 1 million men under arms, and they have shown a willingness to be very brutal with those weapons, killing tens of thousands of innocent demonstrators, imprisoning tens of thousands of others. So the question really is, where could an element be developed or break off or find a charismatic leader who can mobilize sufficient men under arms to oppose this regime, given all that ruin that it has brought onto Iran? It's very clear to the people, for example, that this regime has driven their economy into the ditch, made them poor nationally and isolated them internationally. But the question is, where could that force come from? So I actually think that the military missions are quite clear. The tasks and the purposes associated with accomplishing those tasks. The real question is, can setting the conditions for a regime result in Iranians being able to take advantage?
Yeah, Sean Kuhn, is it Sean Kuhn? Am I saying that right? But he says, or she says BYDs are like half the price of a Tesla. Fact. They are, and you know something? They're now being allowed in Europe, and I think in Canada also. They're going to be doing more of those. Pretty much, Elon is like, people don't like Tesla here, but across Europe, he's like on his way out, you could say. But yeah, people. If they're going to spend money, they want competition. That's what they want. Isn't that what the market is about? Don't we need competition in the market to keep the prices down? That's what that theory of capitalism was supposed to be all about, right? Compete, right? Competition to get the, to earn the buyer's trust, to earn the buyer. Speaking of that right now, there's people out there that pay car insurance. They're paying their car insurance and they don't even have health insurance for their own families. Like, can you believe this? Like, the car insurance is mandated. The health insurance is not. Isn't that crazy? But in any case, yeah, it's wild. It's wild.
Of that situation.
Colonel, I appreciate your time. I always appreciate speaking with you. Is there any way at this point to gauge what's really happening versus what the administration is saying is happening when it comes to, I guess, annihilation or obliteration?
Yeah, Tesla's losing money. That's why they can't do that free they don't want to, but yeah, they losing money now.
Words what they would use.
Fuck them. That's what I say. You try to take over somebody's country and treat people like that, people should admonish you and kick you out of any country when you behave like that. I mean, and quickly.
Of Iranian's ballistic missile program, nuclear program, as well as its Navy.
There really isn't, and this is because
All right, so everyone knows the story. No one expects Trump to be operating legally right now. Everyone knows Trump don't even follow the U.S. law and shit, let alone the international law. He don't. You know what I'm saying? Usually it's the other way around. But the president would usually follow the national law and not really do all the international law correctly. Well, Trump don't do none of that. He don't give a shit. Trump is out of there. But in any case, Tucker Carlson, an ex-MAGA person, an ex-Trump supporter, doesn't seem to like Trump, right? And so he's not capping for Trump anymore. He's said, fuck Trump, and people going to see it. Watch. Here it is. Let's see.
One of the first casualties of war. This is a time, especially against an administration that has been caught lying a lot and uses propaganda, has been caught putting up false statements, videos, even at times misleading AI. We want to make sure we touch on that dynamic, the truth and Donald Trump's long history of lies and deceit, in addition to the other war reporting we're doing tonight. President Trump attacking Iran is the opposite of what he claimed he would do. And while some people might say, well, these images are, of course, war, and here we are, and let's move into it, the American public has a right to understand about why we are waging the opposite of what Donald Trump claimed his foreign policy would be in the most recent election where he was elected and promised no forever wars. His campaign promises were against exactly this kind of war of choice in a complex region where America doesn't have an urgent U.S. interest. One report noting that no president in the modern era has ordered more military strikes against as many different countries as Trump. That's in this term alone. Did you know that? Axios noting, as we get into this Iran war, that Trump authorized more individual airstrikes last year than Biden did in 4 years. I want to show you tonight, Trump has now bombed 7 countries in over a year. Iran, Nigeria, Venezuela, of course, where, like Iran, we were a part of an effort that removed the leader, Iraq, Somalia, Syria, and Yemen. I'm going to leave this up on the screen for a moment. What you are looking at is unilateral, unbridled American war power under Donald Trump without the Congress. Whether any of these become his so-called forever wars is a matter of risk, something not in our control, because once you start taking out leaders and bombing different places, all sorts of things can happen. This is just in the beginning of the second term alone. The normally MAGA-friendly Wall Street Journal notes Trump spent years denouncing U.S. intervention. Now he's toppling foreign leaders.
I will tell you, you're not going to have a war with me, and you're not going to have a third world war with me. I will also restore peace through strength, and I will prevent World War III from happening. These globalists want to squander all of America's strength, blood, and treasure, chasing monsters and phantoms overseas. Our current strategy of nation building and regime change is a proven absolute failure.
I mean, again, Trump has normalized lying to American people and the world also, of course, but the world doesn't buy it. A significant amount of the American people actually do buy it. And that is the scary thing about it. That is where the brainwash cult stuff comes from. And it's pretty sinister because his supporters are people that accept being lied to by him each and every day, nonstop, at will. That is basically the only Trump supporter left. The one that will, no matter what, follow this man to his grave. And most of them are broke. You know, the ones that are left are pretty broke. You know what I'm saying? And either they're ultra rich, but that's only a handful. But the mass of his support base right now is broke. People that are devastated by his policies. You know, you would think that they would had enough of this guy, but they haven't. They haven't yet. You know, they need to be kicked out of their house before it will be enough. Some of them are cracking. You know, we saw the MAGA supporter go. I mean, I'm talking about real people. The MAGA supporter go. He went to Trump's house with a shotgun to kill Trump. And it's because reportedly the news, they say that his family, right? His family said that the guy was frustrated. He couldn't make enough money with a full-time job to get his own place. He was frustrated about that. He was frustrated about the Epstein files. And he was frustrated about the fact that Trump flipped on that and decided to not release it, you know, and what's being said about Trump in the Epstein files. These kind of things he cared about. He was mad about Trump. He couldn't make enough money with his full-time job. He tried to set up a union at his job, and the punk asses at his job was like, me no union. No. Don't get Massa in trouble. No, don't get, I might lose my job if I sign on to a union. Of course, that's illegal. That's not supposed to be legal in the U.S. You can't fire someone for wanting a union job, you know, or wanting to unionize. But nonetheless, this is what's going on. Yeah, it's sad.
I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars.
He ain't going to start wars.
I'll tell you.
He's not going to start wars. He's going to stop wars. That's what he just said.
Now he's
not going to have a war with me, and you're not going to have a third world war with me. I will also.
You're not going to have a war with me, and you're not going to have a third world war with him.
Restore peace through strength, and I will prevent World War III from happening.
Yeah, he's always been saying he's going to prevent it. He said that Kamala Harris was going to start World War III.
These globalists want to squander all of America's strength.
This whole thing about globalists, so he points the finger. It's the globalists. The globalists. Who are the globalists? Is he talking about the UN? Is he talking about everybody, every member? What a globalist. He's not the globalist, huh? It's such robbery. It doesn't even have to be called globalist. It's not that. It's not that. He's just going to rob you with a fucking gun. It's not going to be negotiations. It's not going to be. It's not going to be anything positive. It's going to be the old-fashioned way. Give me your shit now, or we blow you up. He doesn't call those kind of people globalists.
Strength, blood, and treasure, chasing monsters and phantoms overseas.
Is he chasing a monster and phantom? What about the Ayatollah? Is he a monster and phantom? Yes. See, this is the craziest shit about Trump. He lies to his supporters in their face, and they just say, okay, lie to me again, please.
Sees our current strategy of nation building and regime change is
it totally flipped. He just flipped the script from one day to the next.
a proven absolute failure. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars.
Mm-hmm.
False. He is starting wars, risking wars, because there are some countries like Venezuela that are in a position where they may or may not fight back. And he said regime change is the goal.
All right, so everybody knows Trump is a fucking hypocrite. But what people don't know, Midas Touch reported that the dude has cancer. Right.
All right, folks. So even more questions are now swirling surrounding Donald Trump's health because of this new photo we got from him at the White House today, where a red rash with scabs on it appeared on the back of his neck. Now, of course, the White House, after being asked about this rash and what it is
Harry,
essentially
y'all.
pretending that it's not there, it's no biggie, no cause for concern. It is a very common thing.
Harry Sasson.
Is basically what they're running with. But some trusted doctors who have looked at this image have chimed in, and they are very concerned as to what this rash may be. And so we're going to talk about all of it. I'm going to show you some more photos, what these doctors are saying, what the White House is saying. But this is not a good story for Donald Trump, even a little bit. They are.
Look at this nasty. Look at this thing, man. What the hell is this? What? He's got a hole in his neck? Look at this. Ugh. I'm sorry, y'all, for anyone that has a rash, but I'm talking about this specifically. This looks bad. This looks bad. Dang. What is this little thing right there, man? It's just, they got this old man walking around like this, man. Yo, come on, man. Have some mercy. Have some mercy on Trump, man. His family. What happened to his kids, man? Do they want to see him on TV like this? My God, this is some nasty shit. Let me just, I'm sorry. This is what we have to look at. We came all this way, so we ain't going to back out now. This is what the fuck? This is not looking well. This is not looking well at all. What the fuck? But they say, funny enough, I'm laughing because he deserves to burn in hell. Trump deserves to burn in hell. Let's just be honest. He deserves to burn in hell. But, so we have to examine this for what it is. And do I feel empathy or pain? Fuck no. I feel zero empathy for Donald fucking Trump. Period. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, it's terrible. Look, people can say this, and that's not even the most shockingest thing to say. What I'm saying is that there's people that hate him so much. People are going to piss on this man's grave. Like, it better be hidden in a mausoleum with fucking tanks. It better be hidden in the motherfucking Pentagon, his goddamn casket, because people hate Trump. But this is what the man has on his neck right about now. This is what he got. This is what he got. Check it. Check it.
are once again trying to cover up one of his health ailments. So before we do any of that, please make sure to subscribe down below, drop a like on the video, comment, let me know what you think about this story. If you're on Apple or Spotify, please make sure to rate the show 5 stars and follow.
I wish I had a little Sharpie. I'm going to get one of those where I can just put a mark where I think you need to pay attention. As a matter of fact, I think I can do that right now. Let me see here. Let me go up to here. Do this. No. We don't want that up there. No. We want what? This? Right. Now, let me see. I could do this, and then I'm going to go like this. Can we not say? Oh, right. Here. I have to say this. Then I have to say say that. Oops. Right here, you have to kind of we have to look where this is, and examine it clearly. Now look, just this whole area. Ugh, my God, this whole area right here, this nasty ass area. What is that? That's crust. That's neck crust. This is neck crust. Yo, that's the only way I can describe it. It's not a medical term, but it is neck. This shit is neck crust. Donald Trump, out of all the things, he literally has neck crust. This man is supposed to be in a goddamn old folks home. He's not supposed to be walking around. They're not even giving him baths properly. I bet you. This is not right. They're not rubbing behind his ears. Come on, man. Don't let the man go out like that, man. You know, but they are going, they are. And guess what? The rest of us, we must observe and see what it is for real. And that's our job. We have to. It's our job to do this.
It goes an incredibly long way. And without further ado, I just want to start with the photo. So this was a photo taken at the White House by Saul Lobb of Getty. And from my eye, of course, I'm not a doctor, so really what I say shouldn't matter whatsoever on this topic. In my eye, I thought it was like an eczema kind of thing, or maybe shingles. But again, I don't know. That's just what it looked like to me when eyeballing it. But it just doesn't look good at all. I mean, I don't think you have to be a doctor to see that it's red, it's scabby, it appears to be kind of growing, as you'll see in just some photos I show you in a moment, but not good nonetheless. And now here's some other angles, and this is from Aaron Rupar, citing, again, photos from Getty. Here's another view of Trump's neck ailment today, along with 3 photos showing the rash-like injury was also visible last Friday when Trump traveled to Texas. So keep that timeline in mind because it's going to be significant with what the White House said about the rash. But here's a photo from the White House today. You can see it. It is not looking good. It's just not looking good. That's today. However, back in Texas.
Oh my God. Oh no. Shit. Ugh. Is this the same? Oh my God. This is nasty. This is nasty. Oh my goodness. Let me see. Can I move this or what? What's going on with this? Is it able to move? Let me see here. Here we go. Oh, listen. Oh my God. What is this is a bad sign. This is a bad sign. This is not a good sign of health. Everybody celebrate because Trump is on his way out. Straight up. Trump is on his way out. This man is supposed to be getting bed care, and also, but they're not giving it to him. He's not getting taken care of. This man is not getting taken care of, yo. Like straight up. Wow. This is terrible. This is terrible. This is nasty, but it's also terrible because it just shows you the man is not being taken care of. This man is not being, he's walking around. He should be in an old person's home. He shouldn't be on TV like this. He shouldn't be out there like this. Like, yeah, he's doing too much. I mean, I'm being light. I'm being light on he's doing too much, huh? You think so? Yeah, he's doing a whole lot too much. This is not an ear scar. Oh yeah, where's the ear scar? Okay, I got you. Yeah, where's that fucking Band-Aid too? That Band-Aid was so big we couldn't even see this shit, his rash. But now the Band-Aid's off and looky here. You know, this is nasty. This is nasty. I think this is newsworthy. This is probably the best news we've gotten in a long time. Evidence that this man is way out there. Like he has not chosen his personal health. This man has not chosen his personal health, because anyone that is like having this kind of dynamic who the fuck wants to be president? Who wants to be president? Exactly, shingles. What the fuck is this, shingles? No, there's people saying it's cancer. Look, let me listen. Let me play some more. Harry does some real great podcasting, by the way. But let's hear some more.
It is not looking good. It's just not looking good. That's today. However, back in Texas, if you zoom in on some of these photos, this was last Friday, Donald Trump's neck is red right there. Donald Trump's neck is very slightly red. He's shaking Ted Cruz's hand. Remember, Donald Trump insulted Ted Cruz's wife, and now this is who he's become, shaking his hand and smiling while doing it. But anyway, you can kind of see the redness on Donald Trump's neck right there, and then you can definitely see it here when you zoom in. Him doing his weird dance at the podium after speaking. What's new. But this is the statement that came from the White House when asked about this rash. So we've seen it. It went viral. Now the White House is being asked, and Donald Trump's doctor, Dr. Sean Barbabella, said, quote, Donald Trump is using a very common cream on the right side of his neck. Notice how he didn't identify the cream, which is a preventative.
Yeah, no. That ain't no cream, goddammit. This is not cream. Stop lying to people. This shit is definitely not cream. Where's this shit at? This is disgust. This is disgust. This is not cream at all. Don't you ever blame anything like this on on cream. He probably couldn't say what cream because they would probably sue his ass. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on. This ain't cream at all. This is just neck rot. This is neck rot. That's what this is. And then the other one is even worse. The other picture is even worse. Look at this shit. Ain't this just as bad? Hold on. Oh, my God. This is even worse. All of it. I don't even know which one is worse. Which one is worse? They both horrible, man. They are both horrible. Ugh. Like, yeah. They both horrible. They both horrible. This is what's going on his neck, in his neck region. And this is what, this is horrible. Hold on. This is the one I got to make it bigger. Hold on. This is horrible. This is just something else, man. I would have never imagined that this is what I would be looking at right now. Yeah, really. But it goes to show you, he's an old man, and he made a lot of comments about Biden being old. And look at this motherfucker. Like, this is who he is. That's crazy. He's not even trying to retire. He doesn't want to retire. This is crazy, man. And look at the little maggots in the fucking troll in the chat. What's wrong with you? Don't tease him. Yeah, he is 87. He's definitely and he's showing all that 87. He's showing all of the 87 right here. This ain't nothing to do with 87. They are not bathing this man. This is neck rot, man. Whatever the initial cause is, that's different. But they left it. They left his rotten flesh on his ass. That's something extra. When they do that to you, that means they're not taking care of you and you're not taking care of yourself. That's what that means. He has neck rot. He has neck rot. That's exactly what that is. Yep. And when you have that and you're 78 years old, you need to stay your ass at home. Like straight up. I'm just saying that you're having other problems too. It doesn't just happen on the outside if there's something on the inside not wrong.
It's a photo from the.
But in any case, they're saying that this might be cancer, and that's a serious dynamic. That's not so innocent anymore. The fact that it could be cancer. And let's see what they say. Let me try to get this image back, and then I will. Here we go. Let's see what they say.
Journalists asked the right question, I think. The question now is, what exactly is this a preventative for, and why does the president need this treatment? And also, as I just kind of pointed out, I think the statement is a little weird in and of itself. This is coming from Dr. Jonathan Reiner, who used to be the former doctor for Republican Vice President Dick Cheney. He is now a CNN contributor, a professor, but still very much in the medical world, a respected doctor. He cited the statement saying the hint that this statement might not have actually been written by Dr. Barbabella is that in it, he says the medication was prescribed by the White House doctor. But he is the White House doctor. So is Dr. Barbabella now referring to...
Yeah, that statement is off. They let something slip right there. That is killer. Let's see here.
Respected doctor. He cited the statement saying the hint that this statement might not have actually been written by Dr. Barbabella is that in it, he says the medication was prescribed by the White House doctor. But he is the White House doctor. So is Dr. Barbabella now referring to himself in the third person? This, to me, kind of reeks of Republican comms staffer writing a statement that is very vague and defends Donald Trump and then putting the doctor's name on it. I mean, it'd be weird if he's speaking about himself in the third person in that context. But nonetheless, this is what Dr. Jonathan Reiner believes we might be looking at here in terms of what this cream is, what this condition.
Now, are you ready to hear a doctor's opinion? Right? It's not a skin rash. It's not skin burn like he was out in the sun. It's not an orange tan burn either. Don't none of y'all believe this was a goddamn skin burn. Okay, so just stop the cap right now. In fact, everybody take a laugh at the maggots in the chat. Just take a laugh while you have a chance, because this is how pathetic they are. Like, are they even real? It's like, go look at their profiles, man. I'm telling you. I wonder how many of them have 2025, 2022, how many accounts you got? That's my first question. In any case, it's just a skin burn. Okay. Sure.
He says preventative skin treatments such as topical 5-fluorouracil are commonly used to prevent overt skin cancer in people with precancerous skin lesions. We don't know what specific treatment the president is receiving, but why all the secrecy for something that is potentially easy to treat and very common
Did you hear that? Did you hear
older
that?
people? Overt skin cancer in people with precancerous skin lesions. We don't know what specific treatment the president is receiving, but why all the secrecy for something that is potentially easy to treat and very common in older people?
Yeah. So you see that preventative skin treatments such as topical 5-fluorouracil are commonly used to prevent overt skin cancer in people with precancerous skin lesions. We don't know what specific treatment the president is receiving, but why all the secrecy for something that is potentially easy to treat and very common in older people? Yeah, but I saw some neck rot too. Like the neck rot was still there. Look at this. This is not just, that's what I'm talking about. Like this is not just what they showed here is not just what they're saying it is. Like they trying to say that this is just, that this is something. Look, he has skin that is falling off. He has skin in the process of falling off his neck. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's not taking care of yourself. That's not even a person who has somebody, taking care of them. I mean, whoever's in charge of looking at him, to make sure he's in health, good health, is not looking at his ass, obviously, but hold on. Let me see one thing. I want to make sure I get the best picture of this ride. because this shit is like just bad. It's bad. It's bad. Let me see here.
Donald Trump insulted Ted Cruz.
Here we go.
Cruz's wife, and now this is who he's become, shaking his hand and smiling while doing it. But anyway, you can kind of see the redness on Donald Trump's neck right there, and then you can definitely see it here when you zoom in. Him doing his weird dance at the podium.
Right. Is that, let me see something. Is this all right too? He got his weird dance at the podium on, right? And then let me see here. Can y'all see this? Yeah. Yeah, here's his neck again. Just one more look at this dude's neck, because you know, sometimes it's worth, you know, these chat maggots can be kind of manipulative. They're experts at it, you know, but because of course some of them might even be AI, right? But check this out. Look, this guy's actual neck. You can't really get around this. Wait a second. Why is this image? Is it here? Here we go. Here we go. Right. This is not normal. I'm sorry. This is not. Here it is. Here's another one. Look at this one. This one is even worse. It's clearer too. Oh my God. This one is even clearer. Look at this shit. Oh my God. This is what I'm talking about. Look at this. Watch. It's coming up. This is what it is, man. This is what it is. This is nasty. They missed him, man. They were supposed to do more than this. Let me see. Where's that damn thing at again on his neck? Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm sorry. I can see more than you all can see. I'm sorry. This shit. This is horrid. This is horrid. It's horrid. And they're lying about it. Like, this is not something, it's not just about whether he has cancer, right? That's one thing. Like he said, that's typical. Elderly people can get that. You know, and then you treat it. You know, they have some preventative things you can do, right? But this is something else. This is rot. They haven't removed, this is dead flesh on his skin, you know? This is dead flesh hanging out, you know? And that's that is a hygiene thing going on there, right? That's hygiene, essentially. God, what am I doing? Okay, in any case, let me just, yeah, people see this. This is nasty as hell. This is just nasty. Rotting core. Yeah, it's rotting core, literally, man. I'm not making this shit up. This is just insane. It's insane. Here, hold on, let me see. What did I just do? Right. It's insane. Let me see if I can just adjust it a little bit more. Oh my God, what is this? Why is this always doing this to me? Here. Is it this? This? Right here. I have to make it just a little bit smaller for you all to see it clear, because I don't want anybody to miss this and think I'm exaggerating. No, I'm not exaggerating. This is Trump's goddamn neck, and it's all over the media right now. And they're saying that it could be because he's taking some preventative cancer treatment. Right? Here we go. Here's another look at it. This is rotting flesh, yo. They did not clean this man. They're not washing this man's neck. You know what I'm saying? Like, seriously. This is what happens when you don't wash somebody's neck. He can have whatever sickness he have, but clean it. Clean it. You know what I'm saying? Just clean it off. Like, this man is literally rotting in front of our eyes. This is what the voters, the MAGA voters, get. They get Trump rotting in front of their goddamn eyes. Like, this is crazy.
Hey, you can see it. It is not looking good. It's just not. looking good. That's today.
It's not
However,
looking good. It's not looking good. No, not at all.
Respected doctors, especially Dr. Jonathan Reiner and Dr. Vin Gupta, who I'm very familiar with, these are 3 doctors saying that this is a precancerous skin lesion that Donald Trump is treating. He said the White House medical team didn't know POTUS got a CT scan. They claimed it was an MRI for weeks. Now, instead of acknowledging that he might have a precancerous skin condition, they dance around the issue. Trying to fool the public just makes it worse, and I completely agree. The lack of transparency here only makes people wonder more. Now, the White House, Donald Trump, and people around him are no strangers to cover-ups, but why cover this up? I mean, if it's a common thing among older people, as Dr. Jonathan Reiner said, why lie? It just is very weird. Now, I want to show you some clips of Donald Trump today at the White House behaving somewhat erratically, and in a way I would say is representative of his cognitive decline. But before I do any of that, though, let us hear a word from today's sponsor. In our modern world, security experts, when they're filing your photos and about the drapes. Watch.
See that nice drape? When that comes down right now, you see a very, very deep hole. But in about a year and a half from now, you're going to see a very, very beautiful building. And there's your entrance to it right there. In fact, it looks so nice, I think I'll save money on the doors, because it can't get more beautiful than that. I picked those drapes in my first term. I always like gold, but I think we can save a lot of money. I just saved curtains, but and it'll be spectacular. It'll be the most beautiful ballroom. I believe it's because I built many a ballroom. I believe it's going to be the most beautiful ballroom anywhere in the world. And when you hear all that hammering out there, you know why the First Lady is not thrilled exactly. She said, "Will the pile drivers ever stop?" You know, they go from 6 in the morning till 11:30 in the evening. Can you imagine?
I have no idea what this guy's talking about. I mean, he is really struggling to get through this very short paragraph or rant, whatever you want to call it. I guess it's not a paragraph. He's not reading from anything, but a rant. He's really struggling to get through it. It's not making a lot of sense. He's talking.
Trump is fucking drunk and he's falling apart, and it's on the world stage, you know. But in any case, look, for what people have been waiting for, I know people want to see Hillary Clinton now. So let's get on to the what happened. Let's see here. What happened? I saw bits and clips of it, you know, yesterday, and it was quite revealing. I think my initial thoughts on it is that she doesn't really need to be here. Yeah, that's kind of my thought on it. She doesn't really need to be here, but then again, she was an elected official, so it's her duty to appear for the people. Not for Republicans, not for Democrats, but for citizens of the United States of America, because there is obviously a problem, and you can either help the American people come to some understanding, or you can hinder that. So, but in any case, this was some of the highlights of Hillary Clinton, and then I also want to check out Dr. G, what he said about her body language. You know, that's going to be interesting. I don't know. But I did see this, so let me see.
Any 2025.
They asked her about Pizzagate, and this is I think it's good that she came. But look, if you enter any of this stuff that they're talking about, you will see she wore the color that they blame her for wearing. They say this makes her a witch. This color, her wearing this color makes her a witch. That's one of the conspiracy theories out there. So she wore this. She wore this, so you know those people that believe that, they're going to be like, I told you she's a witch. But in any case,
Epstein files that were released that you believe reference or relate to those specific 2016 claims regarding the Podesta emails, Comet Ping Pong.
Look at her face. She's just there like blinking like, am I listening to this shit right now? I mean, and I understand her, but listen. They've accused you of it, so you have to answer. Otherwise, that you're guilty also. So,
have you reviewed any 2025, 2026 Epstein files that were released that you believe reference or relate to those specific 2016 claims regarding the Podesta emails, Comet Ping Pong, pizza used as code possibly?
I'm sorry. You're asking her about whether she's reviewed emails in the Epstein files. Was relate to the wacky Pizzagate scandal.
You could characterize it however you want. I just would like to know if she's familiar with any of them.
So,
excuse me,
your question is about
whether or not she has reviewed any emails in the Epstein release files about Pizzagate.
Correct.
Pizzagate was totally made up. It was an outrageous allegation that ended up hurting a number of people, that caused a deranged young man to show up with his assault rifle and shoot up a local pizzeria. I can't believe you're even referencing it. You should be.
There are connections to the language.
Well,
I'm not
the
talking
QAnon
about-
people believe there are. So
I don't know what QAnon
have at
people
it.
believe.
Have at it.
But you've accused certain parties, and I think even right now today, of promoting slow walking or information in ways that fuels conspiracies. In your view, did any Epstein-Maxwell related investigations or file handling pre or post 2019 contribute to or intersect with the spread of Pizzagate-style theories about Democrat figures?
Objection.
I have no way of answering. That is the most
speculation.
ridiculously.
Have you or your representatives identified any Epstein file content that has been misinterpreted online to revive those claims? And what steps, if any, have you taken to clarify?
Again, object on the ground of.
I think that this is all very
Speculation.
reasonable.
Well, first of all, I don't follow the crazy conspiracy stories that are online. I regret that anybody does. I find it quite sad, but also disturbing that people would believe some of what is put forth, like Pizzagate. So I have taken no steps to review anything
Do you think
that might have any connection to something which I think is totally bogus.
Damn. And you know what? I actually understand that. I think a lot of the people that believe this stuff, right? Don't get me wrong. You're free to believe whatever the hell you want. I'm not telling you what to believe or not to believe. I'm telling you what I believe. And, right. But, I think a lot of people that believe this stuff, they don't see that they could possibly be in danger themselves for just being willing to play on with this. Like, it says something about your ability to I think critically think, you know what I mean? To just after a while you should be able to figure out that you don't really have evidence of what people claim in Pizzagate. Like, not really. And yeah, and I think the fact that a person, because they want to believe something, they have so much hatred for her that they want to believe it, I think those are troubling things, because no matter if you hate somebody, you should not be willing to believe things that are not true, but also things that are utterly absurd. You see what I mean? But in any case, let's peep this. There's more to this, and there's more to it. And then I want to check out Dr. G's breakdown, because Dr. G gives some serious breakdown on this. So let's see this one more time. Go ahead.
Files that were released that you believe reference or relate to those specific 2016 claims regarding the Podesta emails, Comet Ping Pong Pizza used as code, possibly?
I'm sorry.
You're asking her about whether she's reviewed emails in the Epstein files which relate to the wacky Pizzagate scandal.
You could characterize it however you want. I just would like to know if she's familiar with any of them.
So, excuse me, your question is about whether or not she has reviewed any emails in the Epstein release files about Pizzagate.
Correct.
Pizzagate was totally made up. It was an outrageous allegation that ended up hurting a number of people, that caused a deranged young man to show up with his assault rifle and shoot up a local pizzeria. Okay, so that's one fact I did not know about Pizzagate. I didn't know someone took it that far to shoot up a restaurant or shoot up this is crazy. But let me see. Did that happen? I thought it was supposed to be in DC somewhere, man. Hold on. Did someone
shoot up a restaurant because of Pizzagate. I mean, is this real? Is this real? Apparently so. Apparently so. Apparently so. Someone did listen. It says, oh my God, let me just play it so y'all can all hear it real quick. This is absurd. This is absurd. I had no clue.
That did happen. On December 4th, 2016, a man named Edgar Madison Welch entered Comet Ping Pong, a family-owned pizzeria in Washington, D.C., and fired several shots from an AR-15 rifle. Fortunately, no one was injured or killed during the incident. Welch later told police he had driven from North Carolina to self-investigate the Pizzagate conspiracy theory, a debunked online claim that high-ranking Democrats were running a child sex trafficking ring out of the restaurant's basement. The restaurant does not even have a basement. Key details of the incident: the gunman, Edgar Welch, then 28, was armed with an AR-15 style rifle and a .38 caliber handgun. The shooting: he fired the rifle into a locked closet door to see if children were being held inside. Finding nothing, he surrendered to police about 45 minutes later. The sentence: in 2017, he was sentenced to 4 years in prison for assault with a dangerous weapon and interstate transportation of a firearm. Recent update: interestingly, just recently in January 2025, Welch was involved in a separate incident where he was fatally shot by police during a traffic stop in North Carolina after he reportedly pointed a gun at officers.
You know, I mean, and there are going to be people out there. This is what I'm saying. There's a lot of people that don't believe that they're in danger when you just blindly believe stuff. This could be you. This could be you. You know what I'm saying? And this could be you. You could be out there with a shotgun going to a restaurant. Look, let me read it again. And I have to do it and I'm sorry if I'm laughing, but this shit is stupid. Look, yes, that did happen. On don't let this be you. Don't waste your life away. Use your thinking skills. Be critical. It's okay to not like Hillary Clinton for political reasons. There's no need to make up bullshit. You know, people that believe this don't need any motherfucking evidence. I mean, there's loads of evidence that people are bringing about on Trump and Epstein and Maxwell. There's loads of it. Hillary Clinton, they just believe this. They wanted to. This is partisan. This is where brainwash meets people that want to believe something anyway. You see what I mean? And once it gets a hold of you, then you can't let it go because you've been out there talking about Pizzagate for however long, and now you're going to feel like a fool if you don't continue to talk about it, even though you never had any substance to believe it anyway. But look, yes, that did happen on December. The whole thing was, eating little babies. They said also Hillary Clinton ate a baby, drank the blood of a baby on Epstein Island. This is all that QAnon shit. Look, that did happen, right? December 4th, 2016. I had no idea some fool went out there and did this. Edgar Madison Welch, I want to go see what he looks like, entered Comet Ping Pong, a family-owned pizzeria in Washington, D.C., and fired several shots from an AR-15 rifle. Fortunately, no one was injured or killed during the incident. Thank you. Which later told police he had driven from North Carolina, don't let that be you, to self-investigate the Pizzagate conspiracy and debunk online claims that high-ranking Democrats were running a child sex trafficking ring out of the restaurant's basement to debunk it. Motherfucker, have you proven it? It doesn't need to be debunked if it's crazy. Come on, what is this? You're going to go out there and debunk shit that is just ludicrous? People shouldn't even be believing this anyway. My question is, why would you believe it? Restaurant's basement, the restaurant does not even have a basement. Look at this. The rumor is Pizzagate theory. Look at this. Pizzagate theory. Conspiracy theory, a debunked online claim that high-ranking Democrats were running a child sex trafficking ring out of the restaurant basement. The restaurant does not even have a basement. This shit is insane. Don't let this be you. This is the whole point. Don't let this be you. This could be you. A lot of the people that entertain that, they don't recognize they're in internet lengths from a person that wants to brainwash them. A person that wants to fuck their brains up. This is pure disinformation. It's designed to make you go fucking crazy. That's what it is. That's what it's designed to do. And do you know how many people get some sort of mental illness because they catch on to brainwash, because they're not stable enough to not understand something that's designed to make you feel paranoid? Straight up, like, don't let this be you. And please, Alex Jones, exactly, that's some Alex. It is, but do you know how many people get paranoid? Young people get paranoid listening to these fucking lunatics. This shit is not fucking cool. This shit is not fucking cool. And if we love our young people, we won't let this shit ride. If we love our young people, come on, you got to protect their minds. You got to protect their minds. But in any case, yeah, this is what they made the claim. Restaurant ain't even have a basement, and then they got Hillary Clinton's ass out here explaining. This is, I'm sorry. There's things I don't like necessarily about Hillary Clinton. Sure. But I ain't going to make up a lie about the lady. There's no need to. I don't have to make up a lie about her. That's just bullshit. You see what I mean? I'm just not going to do that. That's just stupid. It doesn't help, and yeah, I imagine how frustrating this must be for her, like, because she's like, the fact that she has to explain it. Donald Trump doesn't have to explain shit. And do you see how many people have said he has assaulted him? Donald Trump has assaulted them, right? Sasha Riley. Who else? Damn. The list goes on. Every day we're going over this same list. Katie Johnson and others, many others, released in the Epstein files. And here it is. Hillary Clinton is up here testifying about Pizzagate.
Have you reviewed any 2025, 2026 Epstein files that were released that you believe reference or relate to those specific 2016 claims regarding the Podesta emails, Comet Ping Pong Pizza used as code, possibly?
I'm sorry,
You're asking her about whether she's reviewed emails in the Epstein files which relate to the wacky Pizzagate scam.
You could characterize it however you want. I just would like to know if she's familiar with any of them.
So, excuse me, your question is about whether or not she has reviewed any emails in the Epstein release files about Pizzagate.
Correct.
Pizzagate was totally made up. It was an outrageous allegation that ended up hurting a number of people, that caused a deranged young man to show up with his assault rifle and shoot up a local pizzeria. I can't believe you're even referencing it. You should be.
Now, listen, put a 1 in the chat if you believe Pizzagate. Put a 2 in the chat if it's just some stupid, sick shit designed to make people fucking go crazy that aren't smart enough to know bullshit when they see it. Let me know. If you believe Pizzagate, put a 1 in the chat. If you know that this is retarded, excuse my language for making retarded people seem bad, but if this does not pass the bar on healthy thinking, put a 2 in the chat, because and save your children, save the children. Show me a 2, save the kids, because somebody has to, because this is just bizarre. This is goddamn bizarre. This is the world we live in. Kamala Harris, who's worse, Trump or Kamala? Trump or Hillary? Who's worse? Say it again. Who's worse? Who's worse? Who's worse? we're in trouble. The United States is in trouble. We have some people that, if given a long period of time, still have not figured out that their brains have been fucked over, like, by something, and I'm gonna tell you, it's not so innocent as you might think. It's some military style tinkering with your brain. It's the enemies of the United States. They've been doing this shit, disinformation. You've been hit hard with disinformation for maybe 2 decades now. Ever since 9/11, it's been full throttle on the disinformation, and and that's sad, because there's a lot of people that when 9/11 happened, they were a little younger. Folks were younger when 9/11 happened. Imagine, that's like 2 decades ago. Imagine wasting 2 decades of your life on disinformation. Imagine that, instead of just keeping it simple. Keep it plain. You see what I'm saying? Nobody got to be perfect. You don't have to describe the world as fair, but while keeping it plain. You see what I mean? But instead, it's got to be aliens, got to be motherfucking pyramids, have to be goddamn lizard people, have to be baby blood drinking from Hillary Clinton, got to be, Kamala Harris, a great granddaddy had to be a white man in Jamaica that's a slave master. No. You know what I'm saying? They made so many fucking things up, and it just makes me wonder. You made this thing up about these women who maybe are not imperfect, right? Maybe they have some, I don't know. Everyone has flaws. Come on. You know what I'm saying? But then what are they going to do? They put Trump up as the rising shining knight of purity. They put Trump up as a sign of purity. And he's alleged to be a rapist, but they rather have a rapist of boys and girls and a murderer of kids, possibly an accused one. They'd rather have an accused one than Hillary. They'd rather have an accused rapist and murderer of kids than Kamala Harris. This is what we got. This is the U.S. for you. And you can't rewrite this shit any different, because it is just what it is. You're watching it in real time.
There are connections to the language.
Well, the QAnon people believe there are. So
I don't know what QAnon people believe.
Have at it.
But you've accused certain parties, and I think even right now today, of promoting slow walking or information in ways that fuels conspiracies. In your view, did any Epstein-Maxwell related investigations or file?
Edward Thornton said, no. It's not tinkering by the government or some military grade weapon. I don't mean the U.S. government, by the way. He said these people are just stupid. Look at the way they type in the chat every day. They're dumb. I mean, there's something, as far as intellect, it requires work, requires effort.
File handling pre or post 2019 contribute to or intersect with the spread of Pizzagate style theories
it's true. Financial planning show. Exactly.
Democrat figures.
Objection.
I have no way of answering. That is the most
speculation.
Ridiculous.
Listen to her question. This is someone who's paid. She's an elected official. She has health care. Her kids go to private school. She got dental care and shit in her health care package. And this is who the maggots support.
Have at it.
Listen to this question.
Have at it.
But you've accused certain parties, and I think even right now today, of promoting slow walking or information in ways that fuels conspiracies. And you're
so she's saying that Trump administration is not following the law, and they haven't released the Epstein files according to the law. They're slow walking it. She's saying that's a conspiracy theory equal to QAnon's Pizzagate. Listen to this bullshit.
There are,
I don't know what QAnon people believe.
Have at it.
But you've accused certain parties, and I think even right now today, of promoting slow walking or information in ways that fuels conspiracies. In your view, did any Epstein-Maxwell related investigations or file handling pre or post 2019 contribute to or intersect with the spread of Pizzagate-style theories about Democrat figures?
Objection.
I have
Call
no
for
way
an
of answering. That is the
impossible amount of
most
speculation.
ridiculously.
Have you or your representatives identified any
It is ridiculous.
Epstein file content that has been
Look at her face. I understand it. It's okay that she's laughing. I think it's funny, but yeah.
That is the most
speculation.
Ridiculously.
Have you or your representatives identified any Epstein file content that has been misinterpreted online to revive those claims? And what steps, if any, have you taken to clarify?
Again, object on the ground of
I think that this is all very
speculation.
reasonable.
Well, first of all, I don't follow the crazy conspiracy stories that are online. I regret that anybody does. I find it quite sad, but also disturbing that people would believe some of what is put forth, like Pizzagate. So I have taken no steps to review anything that might have any connection to something which I think is totally bogus.
Damn.
I've seen plenty of power banks over.
She thinks it's totally bogus. I agree 100%. It is totally bogus. You know, but it is what it is, because this is what those voters want to hear.
Razor to support my friend Nia Lowy.
All right.
Excuse me, can I interrupt?
I have
There
another.
are photos that are being released of the secretary as she is testifying from inside this room. Can you please advise me as to whether or not that's permissible and consistent with the rules, particularly given that we have asked for a public hearing? If there are photos that are being released of the secretary as she is testifying, can you please explain how that
I'm
can
done
occur?
with this. If you guys are doing that, I am done. You can hold me in contempt from now until the cows come home. This is just typical behavior.
We will go off the record.
Oh, for heaven's
So I would
sake.
like to understand how that's permissible.
Before the hearing was,
It doesn't
Excuse
matter.
me.
We all are abiding by the same rules.
I will take that down.
Yeah,
So
well.
I would like to take a break at this moment.
Yeah,
and we'd like to have
I'm
a
done
conversation.
for now.
Go off the record. Go off the record.
Okay. That's
We'll
interesting.
get back on the record. The majority's time had approximately 5 minutes left in it. I believe that the witness or her counsel would like to make a quick statement.
Thank you so much. We've just used the break because we learned during the process of these hearings that the committee was violating its own rules in members tweeting and sharing pictures of what is going on inside this closed hearing, a hearing that we have asked repeatedly to be open to the public. Chairman Comer was gracious enough to engage with me on this matter. We asked specifically to invite the press in, since the committee had already made decisions on its own unilaterally to release pictures and other things that are going on in this room. He indicated that he wanted to speak to that himself directly. I'd like to just say for the record, we find it unacceptable, we find it unprofessional, and we find it unfair. We are looking forward to this being conducted under the rules and being conducted consistent with expectations of how members of Congress, I know, take this matter so seriously and do it in that vein. We would also like to just indicate as a practical reality that we are here in good faith. We are counting on the good faith of all the members.
Thank you. Chairman Comer.
Yeah, I'd like to state for the record, I've advised my members that no photos or videos during the deposition can be released. I understand the posted photo was taken before the deposition started. We will, that will not happen again, and we will look forward to continuing with the deposition.
I'd like to make just a clarification there, Mr. Chairman. It was taken in this room after the witness sat down. It is not a basis that because she had not started speaking that it would be appropriate for there to have been a release of anything that was occurring in this room.
And we have made clear that that's not allowed, and I will also say we were disappointed that the Secretary's opening statement was leaked to the press before she even gave her opening statement.
So the Secretary's statement was not leaked to the press. It was provided, as with other witnesses, including Mr. Wexner, who provided his before.
Yeah, they leaked photos of her. And everyone knows the rules, but they broke the rules. I think there's something else that's coming up here too. The rules have been broken several times. I think the next time is coming.
Before giving, hers was given simultaneous. And so what we don't want is the Secretary to be treated any differently than other witnesses. That seems to be a consistent pattern, and we would love that pattern not to continue.
We've gone to great lengths to make all the accommodations that you all have requested. So we will, again, the members have been advised that is unacceptable. So
Thank you.
we look forward to continuing the
Thank
deposition.
you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you addressing it.
Ranking Member Garcia.
Thank you. No, I just want to add, it's completely unacceptable that Oversight Republicans and its members in this moment chose to violate both committee rules and the agreement that they negotiated directly with Secretary Clinton. Now, the Clintons requested a public hearing specifically to avoid this exact situation. Now, Secretary Clinton has offered to continue speaking throughout this deposition if we also allow the press to come in and on the record. Now, the majority has continued to refuse this. I want to make very clear for the record that Oversight Democrats agree today they should be allowed here into the deposition. That's been our position from day one. Thank you.
And with that, the majority will conclude its first hour. We'll go off the record.
Okay, and then now they're coming back on the record, and there's going to be this outburst.
Back
Watch.
On the record, I understand council has something that they would like to say before we get started.
Yes, I would. First of all, I'd like to say I appreciate everyone being here today, but I want to start with, we've just learned that there has been a second violation of the promise that the chairman made with respect to no photos being taken in this room during this hearing. As you know, we have asked for and did ask Mr. Comer for the press to be invited
Peace,
in. They
Jake.
are sitting right outside.
Peace, Jake.
Literally, he has been speaking with them, and we have been asked that they be invited in at the last break because we learned that there was a member who was sharing photos from inside this room in violation of this committee's own rules. We have now been presented with a second photo of the witness, Secretary Clinton.
A second photo.
While she has been testifying in this room. That is completely inconsistent with the rules. It's completely in violation, and it's also in violation of the promise that Mr. Comer just made with respect to it would not happen again. And indeed it did.
Yeah, it's like this. It's like this. They're doing it on purpose, basically. They're doing it on purpose.
And so I would like to ensure that when we go back on the record and when Mr. Comer elects to rejoin the room, I note he has left for the record, I would like to be able to ensure that we address that. Or, sorry, he has not left. He's down at the end. There's been a second violation, Mr. Chairman, so now I do really feel that it would be appropriate for the press to be invited in because someone has already violated the commitment and promise you made that there would not be any further violations.
Do you have a copy of the picture? We're on
I am confident that one of the individuals here can share with you a copy of the picture, and I would rather that at this point, we invite the press in.
We don't know.
We're gonna show the photo.
It's from who?
I believe it's from the same influencer. Emily, go with Andrew to make sure we have the same.
That's for you.
That's right.
We were saving your seat.
Karina, good looking out for the memberships. I see you. I appreciate that. There's somewhere in here where they have as a matter of fact, is the outbreak not here? Yeah, they have an outbreak where they really start screaming.
Mr. Chairman, will you allow the press in at this time since there has been a
It's
second
Bobart,
violation of
right?
your clear guidance?
And then
that no further pictures.
To confirm with the chairman. Go off the record, please.
right now they're off the record again.
Thank you very much. We have examined the second photo that was taken inside this room in violation of the committee's rules. Mr. Chairman, you have indicated that you will assure that that will not happen again. Mr. Chairman, we continue to believe that the remedy for this is to invite the press in at this juncture. We believe that there is no reason not to do so. We recognize that you continue to resist having the press join.
Tia, what's up, Tia?
But if you would like.
Yo, Tia, Bits was here today. She said hello.
we would welcome that. Otherwise, we would welcome no further violations.
Yeah, why are there no consequences? I mean, that's why I say it's like gaslighting, because they're doing it repeatedly, right? And then they're just reading them the rules again. That's kind of like, do you know what it's like to be the victim? You know, a lot of kids of different forms of discrimination go through this when it's people with power that do it to them. Like, they will experience some discrimination, but the people with the power read back some blanket rules as if, you know, as if the person who's the victim is responsible for it. You know, they try to make it seem like that. Like, so they explain the blanket rules again. But what this is doing is proving that the rules don't apply to everyone the same. That's exactly what this is proving. She's having to go through the rules being violated, her rights being violated in a deposition openly, and there was no punishment. That's gaslighting.
What was the last part? You would welcome.
I know it's hard to hear without amplification.
Exactly, Karina. Exactly.
No further violation. No further violation. But I would like to know one thing.
I mean, she handled it well. She handled it well, but yeah, who knows? Maybe it doesn't. I think for some people, they've seen it before. They know what it is, and they know that they have to do their job anyway, despite being gaslit like that, which is such a horrible thing. But yeah, she handled it well, I think.
If I may, a New York Times reporter tweeted that her dim member in the room, and then she said, you know, that Maxwell was at Chelsea's wedding because she was dating a friend who brought her as a +1 and all that. So there's a Democrat member leaking to the press what's going on.
Oh, right. So they put out disinformation too. It's the Democrats. That's more gaslighting. You know, it's the Democrats that are doing this. By the way, people do this. This is the age of gaslighting, sadly, where open lying and open manipulation and re-victimizing victims is what society is going for, is okay with. You know, instead of punishing people who do this, you know, whether it's online, whether it's through disinformation campaigns on social media, all of this, in any form, whatever, what happened to the punishment? Where's the punishment going to be? You know, and because this hurts everybody. By the way, it hurts everybody. You know, but yeah, it hurts everybody. This is senseless. But in any case, there is one thing that I wanted to review in reference to this, and that is
hey everybody, Dr. G here.
It's not Hillary. Is Bill Clinton, right? And it's Dr. G's breakdown of Bill Clinton's body language. I think it was tragedy that, you know, of course, Hillary Clinton was an elected official. She's also an appointee, or an elected official. Hold on. No, she was an appointee, right? She was right. She was a political appointee. She wasn't an elected official. No, she was a senator also. Yeah, so that makes her an elected official. I'm sorry. I had to go through that for a moment. But right. So she was an elected official. She was a government employee. In any case, she works for the people. And it's really incredible that, you know, she did go up there. I guess it's her responsibility. She wanted to serve the country and you know, and speak, be open to questions so people can hear it. But I think it's also a sham because, look, Trump can do anything he wants and they ain't even calling him for anything. So why are you calling a woman? Why are you calling a woman? This is open misogyny. Like, why are you expecting shit from women all the time that you don't expect from men? And it's just like, and Trump is the perfect example. Trump can say fuck all the rules and people are supposed to still follow the rules, and you still expect women? You expect women to follow the rule? Like, nah, buddy. I think that's bullshit. I think, and I'm just saying, you know, I understand women when they're pissed off about this and gaslit about it, and not just maybe saddened by this, maybe having feelings of help, you know, vulnerability when this happens and people don't recognize it. See, it's one thing that happens, but when people try to gaslight you and pretend like it's not happening, pretend like it's not a norm, that's when it's really bad, you know. So I understand that. That's a lot of people go through that. But in any case, I think the real culprit, if you want to call him a culprit, right? I just did, you know, because, I mean, come on. The guy was like, yeah, Bill Clinton got caught out there. He got caught out there with a intern by the name of Monica Lewinsky. So I think he's worth a real interview. And Dr. G did a breakdown. So let's hear it. And then I'm going to close out on what the election looks like tomorrow. I appreciate everybody for coming out today. Click the like button. If you haven't clicked the like button, subscribe. If you're not subscribed, I don't say that enough. But yeah, I need to remind myself. But in any case, I appreciate everyone that came out in any regard, and anyone that always listens to my program. And I appreciate you all so much. You guys keep me up on the news. And I do love the news. I think some people, I understand the news is shocking and you don't want to watch it all the time because it can take a toll on you. Me, I'm a news buff. As you can see, I don't know everything. I like to know everything, but I like to know the news. I like to know what's going on. And I figured one thing out about any type of activism. It pays to put in constant work, because then, you can accumulate, you can develop a very in-depth view that way. If you just, you see what I mean? And I'm not that. I don't know everything. So I like to learn and put myself in a position where I am learning more too. You see what I mean about this? And at the end of the day, this is our asses on the line. This is our country, right? And this is also our tax dollars. This is how we value ourselves through knowing politics. This is literally how we value ourselves, because how we vote speaks to how we value ourselves as a nation, as a people, straight up. So please do not ever in your life vote for anyone closely in any way, shape, or form close to Donald J. Trump. That would be a mistake. He doesn't care about you. Who you vote for should want to make your housing cheaper. The person you vote for should promise you to make your health care cheaper. At least the person you vote for should promise to make sure you have fair and living wages. The person you vote for, you know what I mean, should have all of those things, and definitely should not have any people alleging that he raped them. You see what I'm saying? You can do much better morally and ethically as an American citizen. Of course, we don't expect the trolls to do that. They're gonna be like, flags, put your Trump flag up. Like, damn, this is really, robots don't catch on fast, do they? Most of MAGA, in case Grokers out there listening and you AI bots, most of MAGA, a lot of MAGA people are leaving Trump. Don't forget to represent them too, all right? Don't just represent the diehard Trumpers. But in any case, here's Bill Clinton's breakdown, a piece of it. Check this out.
I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist, as well as a body language expert. And today we're going to be analyzing the behavior and body language of former president.
This is Dr. G here. You can see his, you'll be able to see his page here. You see that? Dr. G explains. Oh, you can't see that. Hold on. Let me just flip it back here. Here we go. Dr. G explains. Okay. So let's go back to the video and see what it looks like now. Peace. Let's see. Go.
Bill Clinton. Before we get started with this, couple of quick things. One, I wanted to make sure you know this is not a psychological evaluation of any kind. These are just my opinions. In addition to that, I do want to remind you to like and subscribe if you want to see more content just like this. All right, let's go. What we're going to be analyzing today is former President Bill Clinton's deposition to the House Oversight Committee. What we're specifically going to be looking at is Clinton talking about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. We could probably do a follow-up video talking about the Clinton Foundation and other aspects of this, but for today, for the sake of time, we're really just covering him and his relationship to Jeffrey Epstein. All right, let's just jump right in.
Conducted by the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform under the authority granted to it pursuant to House Rule 10. Accordingly, House Rule...
Now, the first thing I want you to pay attention to is his posture already. See the chin down, eyes up like this? This is a defensive posture. Our neck is very vulnerable, so when we keep our chin down, that tends to be a defensive posture. So he's starting this out in a defensive position.
Directing the chairman to authorize and issue a subpoena to you for a deposition. On August 5th, 2025, Chairman...
As you can see, his chin continues to go lower and lower. He's in a very defensive position as they discuss the steps they took in order to get this deposition.
Yeah, I like to get some feedback. Now, again, you believe whatever you want. I like a lot of Dr. G's. I like his breakdowns, but it doesn't always mean I always understand them or agree 100%, but most of the time, probably 90% of the time, I follow easily what he's saying, you know?
No, well,
and keep in mind, Bill Clinton is not Hillary Clinton. These are two different people. Just because they're married doesn't mean that they're not two different people, you know? And but when I look at Bill Clinton, I get different body language signals from him also, like right off the bat, you know? But let me see. Tia says they want Democrats to be guilty so bad they want try to point the fingers away from. Oh, absolutely. This is just, I mean, look, I don't even, the bottom line is that it's true. It's like no matter what you believe about Bill Clinton, Trump is mentioned more than anyone else. No matter what you think about Bill Clinton, he has been already gone on this congressional hearing. He was impeached for Monica Lewinsky. You know, he was impeached. Trump's been impeached too. Yeah, but I guess that doesn't really count, right? But you know, I don't know. I think everyone has their own view on this, but I think Bill Clinton, he better understand one thing. There's a part where they asked him, does he think that he was a victim, that he was targeted for a honeypot operation by Jeffrey Epstein? And he says something to the effect of he doesn't know, or that's up to someone else to decide. He doesn't think so. It was a negative pretty much. And I'm like, man, dude, what is wrong with you? I'm like, first of all, dude, you and everybody else was targeted for a honeypot thing. Get it in your head. What's wrong with you? And that one statement right there told me a lot about Bill Clinton, because why would you think who answers that way? No, I don't think I was, or no, I doubt I was, or I didn't think, I still don't think that I was a target, or, you know, he didn't make an affirmative answer. And I'm wondering if Dr. G covers that right here. I'm pretty sure, but I saw it already. I saw all of Bill Clinton's shit, and that part struck me of all things. And I started thinking, what makes a person deny that? Maybe it's, you know, and my only thing I could come up is that he doesn't want to admit that because, you know, he feels that it would be the same as admitting that he did something, or that he could be caught, you know, he could be trapped by his dick. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm like, nah, man, men, this is your thing right here. Like, you have to understand, when you're representing people, you have to understand you're always at risk of something like this. So you have to, you know, decide what legacy do you want to have? Do you want to have the honeypot one? Or do you want to have the one where you're not, you know, selling secrets or getting people, you know, to, you know, latch onto you? To me, it sounds like Jeffrey Epstein totally was trying to get his hooks in Clinton, whether Clinton recognizes it or not. But I just thought he was smarter than that. Like, what do you think this whole thing was about? Nothing, you know? But
defensive position as they discuss.
In any case, Dr. G says he was asked a question and he's got a defensive posture right here. So let's peep it.
Our neck is very vulnerable, so when we keep our chin down, that tends to be a defensive posture. So he's starting this out in a defensive position.
Directing the chairman to authorize and issue a subpoena to you for a deposition. On August 5th, 2025, Chairman...
As you can see, his chin continues to go lower and lower. He's in a very defensive position as they discuss the steps they took in order to get this deposition. Now, what we're going to be doing is jumping around because this is 4.5 hours long. I assume you don't want me to analyze all 4.5 hours, so I'm just going to be showing you the highlights. But now we're going to go ahead and jump to some other sections.
Well, I will try in this testimony, and I will point it out when I'm aware there's a picture or something that predates it. There's a picture that shows him shaking hands in the...
Now, we're already seeing how Bill Clinton can be persuasive. You see how he's got a little bit of a smile as he speaks. He's open as he speaks. He looks calm right now. So you have to look very, very carefully if we're going to see whether or not he's being deceptive. But this type of body language immediately makes people feel warm to him. It makes people want to trust what he's saying. So you really have to look at this with a very close eye to see whether or not there's deception.
White House Historical Association reception, that was in 1993, but I'm not aware of that. I first remember meeting him. when I got on his airplane to take the first trip with my foundation in, I think, 2002, whenever it was.
And now this is interesting. As he's speaking, you're seeing a lot of swallows, a lot of hard swallows, which means that he actually is feeling stress. He also started to say more and cut himself off.
And I think 2002, whenever it was.
You heard him say, but, as though he was going to continue speaking.
Yo,
cut
peace,
himself
Fries.
off right there and stop
Peace.
talking, because there must have been
catch up with you, Fries.
Something he didn't want to say.
Two, whenever it was.
And you can tell by the way he's looking right now. That's a way of saying,
he did.
I'm done speaking. It's your turn.
They said Fries. They said he was with the King of Morocco, right? Yeah, and that he was a good friend of his grandfather or his father, I think.
First memory of interacting with Mr. Epstein was on your first trip. Which trip specifically?
Now, this right here is a look of surprise. For whatever reason, this question surprises him. Now, whether or not that's because his interactions with Epstein predate the first trip, there's something about this that he didn't anticipate, even though this seems like it would have been an obvious question. But this looks like a very genuine reaction of surprise right here.
Which trip specifically?
I'm not sure which one it was. Which one was the first? I took all or parts of 4 or 5 trips to Asia and Africa, and one.
Yeah, he says he flew to Africa. That's what he says. I mean, in his testimony, he says he flew to Africa. So, yeah.
The Northern Europe on Mr. Epstein's airplane.
What you're noticing, now he has his hand on his chin, acting like he's thinking. He's not making very good eye contact. Now, eye contact for most people, if I didn't know them well, I would say eye contact is variable. Some people feel very uncomfortable with eye contact. Former President Bill Clinton does not feel uncomfortable at all with eye contact. He's actually got very direct, very clear eye contact. But what you're seeing here is that when he's providing a lot of these responses, he's continuing to look down. Right now, we're seeing him obscure his face a little bit. There's a lot of discomfort here as he's talking about this.
And once when I was in Florida, I was offered a ride back to New York, but I wasn't there having it. It was just coincidental that he was there, and I think that was fairly early in the process, but I don't remember exactly. I just know that I did. I took one flight back from Florida to New York, and
so if you're wondering why he would need to think so hard about this, is that if he was in fact on more flights than he claimed, he's going to have to be very careful and very precise that he responds to which flights he was on. Now, it seems like it'd be obvious. Well, of course, he's going to remember which ones he said he was on versus which ones people don't know about, but that can get confusing in a situation like this. So when I see his hesitancy, to me, that says that he's trying to be selective about what he says.
all are part of several other, I think 4 or 5 trips.
Yeah, that's true.
So you may also be noticing that,
I don't fault him on being careful, because it's enough trips. I mean, this is 20 years ago, right? You know what I mean? So
now he's speaking with one hand. Now, typically he's someone who's emphatic, who uses both hands, who's very open. So he's someone that's going to want you to listen to what he's saying. You're not seeing so much of that right now. One arm, one hand tends to be less committed than both, particularly for somebody who typically speaks with both hands.
Africa, Asia, and 1 to Northern Europe.
Testimony today that you have no independent recollection whatsoever of the circumstances.
Now, you may be noticing the shaking. He's been doing this throughout. I do think this is more age related. I don't think that it's because he's so nervous right now that he can't not shake.
Briefly describe the nature and extent of your relationship with Mr. Epstein.
Well, sometime after I left the White House, either in late 2001 or early-ish in 2002.
He looks so much more uncomfortable than I've ever actually seen him look. He's someone that seems almost impervious to stress when he's out in public, when he's giving speeches, when he speaks in front of Congress, or used to. So to see him like this, it's very interesting. He very much appears more defensive than I've ever seen him look before.
I received a call from Larry Summers, who had been on my economic team and was later Secretary of Treasury and was then president of Harvard. And
All right, immediately after talking about Larry Summers, you're seeing him close up.
Yo, peace, Edward. Peace. I see you, man. Appreciate it.
Now, when people are standing and they have this position, sometimes it's for comfort. They've been standing for a while. It's a more comfortable way to stand. Right now, this is clearly closing up. This is an actual defensive posture.
Larry Summers, who had been on my economic team and was later Secretary of Treasury and was then president of Harvard. And he said that...
Yeah, it's facts. Facts, Eric. Edward.
As AI becomes more and more a part of our daily life.
Oh, here we go. Sorry about that right here, right?
Mr. Epstein end?
When did it end? Well, I believe I took my last flight in 2003.
Now, I want you to pay close attention to his hands and the way that he moves his head right here.
Flight in 2003.
Now, you can see he's fidgeting with his fingers, another atypical behavior for Bill Clinton. He's also continuing to lower his chin. And he's also phrasing this in a very interesting way. I believe my last flight with him was 2003.
Exactly.
That's not what he...
Believe. That means it's totally, you don't really know. He doesn't know, you know? That's different.
He's also continuing to lower his chin. And he's also phrasing this in a very interesting way. I believe my last flight with him was 2003. That's not what he asked. He asked when the last time he interacted with Epstein was. So he's already framing this in a way that is not answering the question directly. And he's closing his fingers off right there. This is a more defensive posture. He's looking down. He's got his hands closed. We're continuing to get a lot of defensiveness from Bill Clinton.
Now, later, I became aware of some involvement he had in the first Clinton Global Initiative, but it was much later.
Why did your...
You see, he never answered the question directly there. He didn't say when the actual last time they interacted was. He just said when the last flight was supposed to be. So it's a very, very careful way of phrasing this. And he's somebody that is extremely careful with language. If you recall, if you're someone who lived through Clinton's administrations, he talked about what the definition of the word is. So he's someone that's very careful with his language.
When did you first learn of Jeffrey Epstein's crimes?
I think in 2008 when he was prosecuted. There's nothing that I saw when I was around him.
Now, there's so little emphasis to this when he's saying there's nothing that I saw that was around him. His hand is moving a little bit. But as I've said before, he's someone that tends to have big body language. And we see that at times when he's feeling really emphatic about something. He shows you right now he's looking down. He's got his chin tucked in as he had before. He's moving as little as possible. There's a lot of signs of deception right here.
Damn.
I saw when I was around him. It made me...
Let me peep that
As I've said
again.
before, he's someone that tends...
Let me see that one more time.
I think in 2008 when he was...
Somebody that is extremely careful with language. If you recall, if you're someone who lived through Clinton's administrations, he talked about what the definition of the word is. So he's someone that's very careful with his language.
When did you first learn of Jeffrey Epstein's crimes?
I think in 2008 when he was prosecuted. There's nothing that I saw when I was around him.
Now, there's so little emphasis to this when he's saying there's nothing that I saw that was around him. His hand is moving a little bit. But as I've said before, he's someone that tends to have big body language. And we see that at times when he's feeling really emphatic about something. He shows you right now he's looking down. He's got his chin tucked in as he had before. He's moving as little as possible. There's a lot of signs of deception right here.
There's nothing that I saw when I was around him that made me realize he was trafficking women. And I never...
Trailed off?
Yeah, his eyes also just right there, his eyes don't hit me. It looks like he's checking to see if he looks believable. I'm sorry, but I'm not out to get Bill Clinton myself. I'm not out to get him. But again, like, we know that his resume is Monica Lewinsky, basically the intern for the White House. So that's not a good indication of, I wouldn't necessarily give Bill Clinton the benefit of the doubt because of that. But I wouldn't indict him either just because of that either. But when I look at his body language here, it seems like he's looking to see what people think of what he just said. Look.
Looking down, he's got his chin tucked in as he had before. He's moving as little as possible. There's a lot of signs of deception right here.
There's nothing that I saw when I was around him that made me realize he was trafficking women, and I never.
You see, right there, and I never. You see that? He just kind of looked around at everybody, but
when I was around him, it made me realize he was trafficking women, and I never.
So he never, when he was talking, he's looking down the whole time, but after he talks, he looks up at everybody basically across the room. I just think that's really weird. It doesn't hit me right anyway.
When he's feeling really emphatic about something, he shows you right now he's looking down. He's got his chin tucked in as he had before. He's moving as little as possible. There's a lot of signs of deception right here.
There's nothing that I saw when I was around him that made me realize he was trafficking women, and I never.
Trailed off again, and I never stopped talking right there. This is the second time he's had to do this, where he's about to say something else and has to cut himself off.
When I was around him, it made me realize he was trafficking women, and I never.
You'll also notice he uses the word women instead of girls. I think that's very interesting.
Yep. Exactly. That is very, very interesting. That is very interesting. And that's an important question, to ask. Like, I didn't hear that question asked to him. Did he see Jeffrey Epstein around little girls? And then ask him, what is a little girl to you? How old would that be? They didn't ask him any questions like that. At least I didn't hear it. Did I miss that? Y'all tell me if I missed it. But I believe I watched all of it. I had to say I was at work, so I took a couple of breaks in between. So maybe I missed a little bit, but to me, it sounds like that would be a key question to ask him, especially around this. But let's see here.
When I was around him, it made me realize he was trafficking women, and I never.
You see that? He's not trafficking women. He's trafficking girls primarily and boys, but children. And that's interesting that he didn't acknowledge that too. And I think if you get where I'm going also, he did the same thing when they asked him, did they think he was a victim? Does he think he could have been a victim of a honeypot scheme? And he brushed it off like, nah, he didn't think so. He doesn't have any reason to think so. Like, hello?
Out to say something else. And
it seems really weird. Seems like, yeah.
Has to cut himself off.
When I was around him, it made me realize he was trafficking women, and I never.
Yeah, he said made him realize, yeah. But he said women. He said trafficking women, and it's actually girls, pretty much it's girls. Yeah. Women. Oh, those are old women are adults. Girls are not,
You'll also notice he used.
Yeah, he knew he was saying too much. That's what it looked like to me.
The word women instead.
I mean,
of
I'm not, and again, I'm not out to get Bill Clinton, but I'm just going by what his body language seems like, and
the second time he's had to do this, where he's about to say something else and has to cut himself off.
When I was around him, it made me realize he was trafficking women, and I never.
It made me realize he was trafficking women. You know what, Norm Murray? I get what you're saying now. I understand what you're saying. He did make a mistake there in what he said. He said he realized it. You're right. He said he misspoke. He either misspoke or that was a what did they call that? Freudian slip.
Cut himself off.
When I was around him, it made me realize he was trafficking women, and
yeah, that's a strange comment to make. I think, I'm curious about that. Yo.
And I never stopped talking right there. This is the second time he's had to do this, where he's about to say something.
Exactly, mind's mouth. I did not miss that. I did not have sex with that woman. Yeah.
Something else and has to cut himself off.
When I was around him, it made me realize he was trafficking women.
Does that sound like a Freudian slip? Yeah, that is crazy. That is weird that he said that way. Yeah, it seems like a slip.
And I never stopped talking right there. This is the second time he's had to do this, where he's about to say something else and has to cut himself off.
Yeah, actually, who was that who pointed that out? I didn't understand her. Norma Murray, you pointed that out. Yeah, that is something.
When I was around him, it made me realize he was trafficking women, and I never.
You'll also notice he uses the word women instead.
It does. Okay, Norma says it does if he knew he should have said something. Yeah, exactly. It sounds like a Freudian slip. Like he may be careful, but something slipped through there that, yeah, it almost sounds like he's doing a lot of defensive posturing. In other words, he's saying, but it's not adding up. It's not actually adding up. He said that they were women. That's ignoring the fact that these were children primarily, right? Girls. So does he want to avoid that part? And why would he want to avoid that part? Is it because he feels guilty himself? Yeah, that's a weird, but I'm gonna let it play. Sorry. Yep. Oh, Edward said you're cutting off the first half of the sentence when he said there was nothing. No, but he said, even if that's true, I understand you. Even if it's true, though, he said women. He said women. That's a little weird. I mean, I could play it back now. Don't get me wrong. We have all day. Well, we don't have all day. I got about 15 minutes, something like that. Let's see. Let's play it back so we don't.
Do we see that at times when he's feeling really emphatic about something? He shows you right now. He's looking down. He's got his chin tucked in as he had before. He's moving as little as possible. There's a lot of signs of deception right here.
There's nothing that I saw when I was around him that made me realize he was trafficking women, and I never.
There's nothing he ever saw.
Shows you right now. He's looking down. He's got his chin tucked in as he had before. He's moving as little as possible. There's a lot of signs of deception right here.
There's nothing that I saw.
Yeah, there's nothing that I saw
when I was around him.
When I was around him,
it made me realize he was trafficking women.
It's not clear what he's saying. That's true. Maybe he's saying didn't make me realize he was trafficking women. Maybe that's what he's saying. But in any case, he still said women. And that's the part I find, I found that strange first. Like, these aren't women, and I'm curious about that. And when you ask them later, did it occur to him at any point or does he think he could have been a target of a honeypot investigation? And he plays that down.
Signs of deception right here.
There's nothing that I saw when I was around him that made me realize he was trafficking women, and I never.
It seems like Bill Clinton stopped himself right there and realized he said something that he may not have meant to say, or likely maybe shouldn't have said. That's what it looks like to me. But then again, it's just my perspective on it. It's not but it wouldn't be out of bounds to think that Bill Clinton could have fell for the honeypot, because number one, we always got to go back to the top. He slept with his intern while he was the president of the United States, man. That's what he did. So he's not a faithful man in that way, right? Or he wasn't then. And when you put a guy who's around girls and he's not faithful with his wife, what does that mean? Or women. He called them women. So, and even in that, they're removed from being girls. They're women. So why weren't they? So the question comes down to it like this. Do you think Bill Clinton is a faithful man or not? I guess that's the easiest way to ask that. Do you think Bill Clinton is a faithful man? Because if you don't think he's a faithful man, then women wouldn't be off the table, right? There it is. That's how I look at it, but I'm going to let it play.
And I never stopped talking right there. This is the second time he's had to do this, where he's about to say something else and has to cut himself off.
When I was around him, it made me realize he was trafficking women, and I never.
Then he wipes his ear. Then he just wipes his ear. That's discomfort. He's itching now.
And I never.
That's defensive posturing.
Also notice he used the word women instead of girls. I think that's very interesting.
Can you briefly, for the record, describe the nature and extent of your relationship with Miss Maxwell?
Yes, it was. It lasted longer and was more extensive than my relationship with Mr. Epstein, because.
Now, this is a very interesting set of body language right here.
Can you briefly, for the record, describe the nature and extent
what is that eye stuff all about?
of your relationship with Miss Maxwell?
Yes.
So you're seeing a lot of self-soothing behaviors, touching his nose, touching his chin, and now you're going to see him close his arms off. So this is a very, once again, a very defensive way to respond.
It lasted longer and was more extensive.
So he's feeling the need to protect himself right now. So even though he is saying it was a deeper relationship than what I had with Jeffrey Epstein, he is still closed up. So there are things about this that seem to bother him.
Than my relationship with.
Right now, there's a real look of shock on his face. What I am curious about is if that reaction was him processing and thinking about what it is that Hillary had said the day before, wondering if I just said something that conflicted with what she said, because there truly was a look of shock right here. So there's some sort of realization he's coming to. I haven't watched Hillary's deposition yet. I plan to watch that soon. I'm going to do another video on that. But I'm just wondering what he's processing here that gave him pause.
Than my relationship with Mr. Epstein, because.
And when did your relationship with Miss?
6JDHD said I could care less about. He said she said I could care less about Hillary or Bill Clinton. If they're not going to go after everyone on the list, then I don't want to hear nothing about this or prosecuting anyone. I mean, well, that's your perspective on that, and everybody has their own perspective, but I don't see it that way. I think I agree. Everyone, I'm not going to stop listening to what they say about anybody for 1 second. That's the difference between me and I guess your thinking, right? Sure, you would find out a lot if Trump was there, because Trump's name is mentioned more than anyone else's name, essentially, right? So why wouldn't Trump be here, right? But until then, you could also listen to what's going on here, because if Bill Clinton is guilty of anything, you would have to listen to know. You see what I mean? And it's worth knowing what, if he had a role, it's worth knowing. You see what I mean? But you're not going to get that if you don't listen. So I don't think it's all or nothing. I don't think that's a wise choice to make about anything at all or nothing. You know what I mean? I think, yeah. Until we get more of an opportunity, let's hear what he got to say. But to me, so far, what does he have to say? Does it look impressive to you? That's the question we after today. We'll be back tomorrow. If Trump should ever choose to speak, or if the DOJ releases the Epstein files, whichever happens first.
Miss Maxwell, and
I don't think I've seen her in a decade. I don't know. It's been a long time. I don't know exactly when.
So I don't think I've seen her in a decade. That would put his relationship with Ghislaine Maxwell up to 2016. That's pretty late.
I think I've seen her in a decade. I don't know. It's been a long time. I don't know exactly when.
That is crazy. That's after Jeffrey Epstein had been convicted already the first time. This is not looking good. This is not looking good.
Would put his relationship with Ghislaine Maxwell up to 2016. That's pretty late.
I think I've seen her in a decade. I don't know. It's been a long time. I don't know exactly when.
and your communications with Mr. Epstein, did you ever have any communications that were not related to the foundation?
I don't believe we ever talked about anything but the work we were doing. I mean, maybe small talk. I can't imagine. I don't remember the conversations.
All right. I'm pretty sure Dr. G, he's got about an hour. No, well, let me see. He's got about 10 more minutes left of this, right? But you know, I encourage people to watch this. I'm going to put this in the chat, actually, and peep it for yourself. I'm going to watch the rest of this in a little bit just to see how it turns out. But I saw one clip early, and that's what made me want to check it out. But let me see here. Here is Dr. Oops. Here is Dr. G's clip and reaction. Let me see here. Yeah, so for people that want to check that out, you could see it here. Is it in? You can check this link out that is in the chat. Boom. Did I do that? What's going on here? Is it not here? Oh, wait a second. I got to do that over. Sorry. Here we go. All right, the clip is right under it. Boom. There you go. So there we have it. So now let me see. The last thing I wanted to just check out on is this election. What's going on with it? What's expected, you know?
Joining me now from Houston, Texas, this is NBC's Ryan Chandler, and NBC's chief data analyst Steve Kornacki is at the big board for us. So first,
I really hope Jasmine Crockett does not lose her seat. I mean, it's going to be sad if that happens, but any luck, I think she's very brave and she's a very powerful, proponent of, democracy. Like, she's fighting for people's rights in Texas. And I don't think there's been anybody that's been fighting, I would say, harder for Texas than Jasmine Crockett. I'm not to put anyone else aside, but she has gone no holds barred, and I really hope Texas citizens can get past gender bias and can get past whatever ideas about color that they have, because, she's just as much as American as anybody else. And, to not have her back, to not have a person who's fighting for you, it's clear Texas don't have shit right now. I mean, this dude just said fuck even the weather warning system. You know what I'm saying? He's crazy. He sent his National Guard. The current dude sent his National Guard. I mean, they're just out there. These people, man, they're just out there. I'm sorry. There's so much going on in Texas, and that doesn't sound like they're thinking a lot about the people in Texas, and again, whether you're from Texas, whether you're from DC, whether you're from New York, whether you're from California, South Dakota, North Dakota, whatever, Minneapolis, Louisiana, New Mexico, Arizona, no matter where you're from, I mean, I think all Americans should agree they need to be treated a lot better by their government. Americans pay a lot of taxes. Don't let it be fooled. And no, the taxes you pay, when you look at what you get for it, you pay a whole lot for nothing. You see what I'm saying? And don't ever forget that. So when they try to scare you out of, health care, universal health care, universal education, things like this, and they try to say, oh, you want to do it like the Europeans, don't be stupid when they try to lie to you about the taxes. No, Europeans get, they're getting a lot out of their healthcare system because there's less corrupt actors in it. You know what I'm saying? So they're not paying for corruption all over the place. When it's privatized, a lot of corruption comes with that privatization. And Americans need to ask themselves, do you want to pay for services, or do you want to pay for administrative fees, or do you want to also be getting kicked out after you paid in? You pay in for 10 years, get sick, and they tell you you're not able. You shouldn't get it now. You had a pre-existing condition or anything like that. You find out something, you don't qualify somehow. Is that fair? Man, nah, education is, healthcare and education, but healthcare is serious. That's one of the, major things that has to be resolved in the U.S., and it needs to look more like what's going on in other Western countries than it looks in the U.S. right now, But let's see what they claim is going on with the election, the primary. We will have the results. Let me just let this play a second.
The Lone Star State set the table for us here. We mentioned that we're watching these big Senate races. President Trump declined to endorse any of the Republican candidates on Friday. So how are they making their final pitches to voters?
Well, right, Ryan, without the explicit endorsement from the president, or at least the exclusive endorsement, he seemed to heap praise on all three of these men at his event in Corpus Christi, Texas last week. But the pitch from all candidates is still their proximity to the president. They want to impress upon voters that they are a friend of Donald Trump, and they have helped get his agenda across the finish line every chance they can.
Look, they're still trying to impress Donald Trump. Donald Trump don't give a fuck about them. Donald Trump cares about himself. And they are. Oh, this is terrible.
Cannot watch TV anywhere in Texas right now without being bombarded with ads from all of the candidates. But every time you see an ad from Senator Cornyn, it makes sure to hammer home the point that at least their claim that he has voted with President Donald Trump 99% of the time in Congress.
It's a whole nother election. It's like, it's the who can kiss Trump's ass the most election.
Repeating that claim over and over to make sure that while a lot of primary voters here in Texas on the Republican side see Cornyn as more of a moderate, even maybe a little too liberal for their preference, they want to make sure they know that he's been a friend to the president at every turn. Now, Paxton's argument is that Cornyn is a creature of the Senate that's been there for 40 years, and it's time for a more MAGA-minded senator.
So we know President Trump's not
more MAGA-minded. Oh, hell no. This is the best the Republicans got. And then they have the black guy, and I guess they will say enough Republicans will never vote for him. So is that what's going on here? You think? Ugh.
Going to be weighing in. But we did see a big last-minute endorsement on the Democratic side. Tell us more about that.
Right, former Vice President Kamala Harris sticking her neck out for Jasmine Crockett with a last-minute endorsement, I believe, on Friday.
Do you think it's going to be an upset? Do you think it's going to be an upset in Florida? Let me know.
The biggest name to wade into the Democratic side of this primary. I sat down with Jasmine Crockett earlier today here in Houston.
Monkey, I see your comment. I'm living here in Norway. Here it's free education and health care. No one is homeless here. I respect that. I know. I'm in Denmark trying to get my fellow Americans back home to think differently about this,
Very confident
For
with
sure.
a lot of momentum with an endorsement like that. I think the concern, though, is that did it come too late? Keep in mind, in Texas, the election isn't on Tuesday. It ends on Tuesday with a long period of early voting. By Friday, a lot of people had already voted, although we are seeing some polling that
What's
among
up,
those who
Rafika?
have not voted, they break for Crockett by a significant margin, Ryan.
Okay, those who have not voted before break for Crockett in significant margins. Let me bring that back. Let me
And
see.
it's time for a more MAGA-minded senator.
So we know President Trump's not going to be weighing in, but we did see a big last-minute endorsement on the Democratic side. Tell us more about that.
Right, former Vice President Kamala Harris sticking her neck out for Jasmine Crockett with a last-minute endorsement, I believe on Friday. That's a big deal, the biggest name to wade into the Democratic side of this primary. I sat down with Jasmine Crockett earlier today here in Houston. She's feeling very confident with a lot of momentum with an endorsement like that. I think the concern, though, is that did it come too late? Keep in mind, in Texas, the election isn't on Tuesday. It ends on Tuesday with a long period of early voting. By Friday, a lot of people had already voted.
All right, so today is the big day.
Although we are seeing some polling that among those who have not voted, they break for Crockett by a significant margin. Ryan.
And you've talked to some voters. What do they seem to be focused on as they head to the polls?
Well, voters here in Texas, like across the country, are by and large focused on two things. It's the economy and it's immigration. Now, I think you get the sense that these campaigns maybe don't want to end with their closing message being this war in Iran. They want to stay focused on those two bread and butter issues. Of course, here in Texas, that is certainly on the top of our minds. Ryan.
Okay. All right, Steve, let's go to you now and talk us through where the numbers stand at this hour. How likely is it that we see a runoff in the Republican primary?
Yeah, I think that's the expectation that, Wesley Hunt, the third candidate in this race, congressman, from the Houston area, he's going to draw enough support that's going to have this go Cornyn and Paxton into the runoff there. And you're talking about that dynamic of, Cornyn hoping to get an endorsement.
Do you think there will be a, do you think Jasmine Crockett will come out on top in this election, in this in the preliminary election? What do you think in this? Let me know what you think. Do you think she's going to do it? Do you think she's going to upset her opposition?
From Trump being on the sidelines. I think maybe that's kind of what tomorrow is all about. If the conventional wisdom is right, this becomes a runoff between these two. What does Cornyn look like coming out of this? Is he a weak second to Ken Paxton, then trying to make the case somehow that he can overcome that? A 20-plus year incumbent can overcome that in a runoff period? Or does he do a little bit better, perhaps, than expected tomorrow? Could he outfinish Ken Paxton, make tomorrow a show of strength, have some momentum going into that runoff?
Yeah, put a 1 in the chat if you think Jasmine Crockett is going to prevail, and put a 2 in the chat if you think it's not going to happen for her. I'm just curious what people think.
Maybe that would make him a more.
Yeah, I'm positive about it. I think she brings a positive spirit to it, and I think there's a lot of people that resonate with that. Instead of this helplessness feeling, a feeling that no, we can do a lot better. And she can help us do it. You know what I'm saying? I think there's I think they underestimate people, but we're going to find out.
Viable option to get a Trump endorsement that may end up being the make or break thing in a runoff.
Okay. And then how are things looking on the Democratic side? Could there be a runoff there as well, or no?
Technically, there could. There is a third candidate in that race who's really not polling anything. But if it were super tight between the top two candidates, the third candidate here getting 1 or 2% could kick it over there. But look, there's a lot of suspense here in this Democratic race. There has been polling that's shown Crockett ahead. There's been polling that's shown her ahead comfortably. There's been polling that has shown Tallarico ahead here. So no one really knows what to expect here. But a couple of dynamics are
I didn't even know that.
pretty clear in the polling. One is that Crockett is doing extremely well with the black vote, about 1 out of 5 votes in this primary.
Well, you could expect that because they purposely targeted her because she was black. I mean, and a woman. So you could expect black people to support her. They're the most marginalized voters in the state. And it was like that before they did this latest round of gerrymandering. They did it so much that she couldn't even maintain really her congressional seat. That's what happened. That's why she's running for the Senate. And that changes things a bit. But I don't know what it changes in reality. Y'all have to help me out with that. But at the very least, you notice she's a solid representative. I mean, she is a real fighter, and she hasn't hidden, she hasn't ducked or hid the responsibility. She's just taking it straight to Trump, you know?
Are going to come from black voters. Her political base is around Dallas. That's where her.
I hope she is ahead in the polls. I'm sorry, Dan. Why am I saying that? Sorry, man. But I hope she is ahead in the polls, and I really hope Texans of all backgrounds understand when you got to fight her. So you can't fall for the division. Do not let them don't let them fool you. This lady wants Texas to be strong. Texas is not strong right now for its people. And it's not just a thing about black people or any people. It's not strong. It can be stronger. It has poor leadership right now, you know. And yeah, you know, we're going to find, especially that damn governor, man. He's a jerk. You know, he's a serious jerk, you know. But let's see. She's already broke records, because if she's got polling that says she's in the lead, that is already a phenomenal victory, even if she doesn't win, because people said that she couldn't even get this close in the beginning. Like, straight up, that's what they were saying in the beginning.
Congressional district is, and there's a lot of black votes in that area in particular. So can she run up the score there? Tallarico's political base is right here around Austin. He's in the state legislature. He's doing well, very well, with white voters in polling, particularly white college-educated voters. So, you know, a lot of the area around Austin there, you see a lot of those types of voters. I think the Houston area is going to be a big sort of swing area in this primary tomorrow. And I think it's Hispanic voters. There's been polling that has shown Tallarico way up with Hispanic voters. There has been polling that's shown Crockett ahead with Hispanic voters. That's, I think, the big wild card here. How is the Hispanic vote going to break? Take a look at El Paso, you know, a good chunk of votes out there. Take a look all in South Texas along the border, you know, up into the coastal bend here. I think how the Hispanic vote breaks may end up being what determines this primary tomorrow.
And you can watch Steve on YouTube
All right. Yeah. So that's interesting, folks. All right. That's what I got for you today. I will catch up with everybody soon. You know, no matter where this goes, just first of all, remember, go out today, no matter where you are, because there's more special elections, you know, happening all the way up into the main midterms, which is in November. But all this summer, there's going to be elections. Call your voter registration office right in your state and make sure that you are registered to vote, because if you are not registered to vote, you may be one of those people that suddenly has to go get a birth certificate to register again. See, the people that didn't vote last year, or the people that are not on the voting books as registered right now, those will be the people targeted most by this new ID stuff. So you have to understand that. So go out, call that of the voter registration office and find out if you're registered, if you're on the books right now in your own state, because if you're not, it will take you time to get that paperwork together if this, you know, shit moves forward with this Voting Rights Act and all of this crap. You see, and that could be coming. Don't forget that is what's happening right now. If Trump gets away with making these new, in the election year, making these new ID requirements for everyone, of course, the Supreme Court should have shot that down immediately, right? But the mere fact that Congress isn't shooting it down and the Senate isn't shooting it down because it is an election year means that they are okay with voter tampering. Like, they're okay with voter suppression, essentially. That's what they're admitting to. So, yeah, folk, on that note, I'm out. I appreciate everybody. Good luck to Jasmine Crockett today. I really hope she has a successful day. And regardless, man, she's an impressive fighter. She's an inspiration to people of all types. You know what I mean? Especially people that are the underdogs in society, women, people, you know, people of certain, you know, I guess black women too, not just women, but women are also, but also black women or women of color also, but also the underclass. I mean, people that come from backgrounds that are impoverished, and that's also white Americans too. You see what I mean? They come from impoverished backgrounds as well. And they typically also counted out in society by the same wealthy class. So let's hope that Texas comes out for justice, you know, for the everyday person. Let's see what they do. But in that case, I'm out. I appreciate everybody. I will be back soon in the next 24 hours. See ya. Yeah. Click like, subscribe. I'll catch up with y'all tomorrow. I'll see you on the other side.
They want war. Crime babies looking for food. Starvation, the recipe. People subdued. When the people you trust got it in for you. Deceit is the word of the day in every crew. Don't let it go. It's from the days of old. Time is up, but some still do not know. Can I make up my mind? Is it worth the dime? Do I have to take a minute just to make it mine? Life's never fair, but don't listen to the TV. Go out and take a listen to the streets with the people in the slums and the homeless bums with degrees and degrees sitting under a tree. It's not easy in the world for the poor man, the one that brought you to reality. See, they don't want you to know about the black sheep. Even 7 roads to the 12 families all around the globe with an ancient code. Is it really asking a lot to say a death old? Cause we sitting on the earth looking back at extinct. And I'm standing on some ground that's about to sink. I ain't scared for a minute, I ain't about to blink, but I documented for the world what I see and think. Feel we on the call and I feel we on the break. All Congress gonna do is waste paper and ink. Vote or die. You voted and you'll die. You can have it both ways, can't say it's a lie. You can march all you want, but they playing you wrong. They only understand war, it's the same old song. They want war. All they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. All they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. Like a lotus coming out of the mud with colors, I create envy in those with power but jealous. I unify the poor with my song, the hell with the others. Descended the way they treat indigenous brothers, cause I understand we link forever. They try to hate us even though that we keep it together. I'm not talking about controlling the air or the weather. I'm talking about maintaining the truth, the high endeavor. A rebel drops bombs in the midst of trouble. The free world counterattack and now there's double. But nature gets the shit in a way that's subtle. If you stop the machines for a minute you might hear, but they won't cause the TV's whisper in the ear. And capitalism has eyes that don't tear, and they cloud up and get crazy and won't steer. And like an ab, it's hard to get an ass to listen. Living like this is like living in prison. It's hard to keep hope when you're living in prison. The spiritual thoughts, so yes, the mental prison. The outside, yes, it's got to get through. Something's gotta die, so something here can live. Your life is nothing if you got nothing to give. Keeping the spiritual, yes, disguised as religion. Controlling your mind, the mental prison. They want war. All they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. All they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. felt in my life. It's hard to explain what I'm going through is new. I'm good looking, clean up well, but without this fine young little lady, I'm still in hell. She's brown skinned, Eritrean. Love every second and the time that we spend. We're good friends, there's no need to pretend. The way she walks and moves her hips, those smooth curves, I just love to kiss. It's Sunday morning, make her breakfast in bed, bring her a latte and chill up in the spread, and manifest all the thoughts in my head. The comforter of my life. You know what? She may not know it. I want her to be my wife. It was my fondest wish to stay the night. She's doing fine on her own, about to buy a home. Me, I'm working out some shit, but I've grown. I'm working hard to keep things right. Focus on my music so we can have a life outside of the system and the bright lights. She feeds me juice and curry when I'm hungry. Caress me on my body, it feels lovely. A lot of pain that I took on in my life. I need you to make it right. Need you to make it right. The feelings I'm feeling, it's real in my life. I know you're something special, want you to be my wife. All I need to know is will you treat me right? I wanna make love tonight. The feelings I'm feeling, it's real in my life. I know you're something special, want you to be my wife. All I need to know is will you treat me right?